Welcome to the May 17th meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Council members, if you are not calling from Ann Arbor, please let me know that. Councilmember Hayner?
Here.
Councilmember Dish?
Here, and from Ann Arbor if you want it affirmed.
Councilmember Griswold?
Here.
Councilmember Song? Here. Councilmember Grand?
Here.
Councilmember Radina?
Here.
Councilmember Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Councilmember Iyer? Absent.
She has her hand raised. I think she's.
Councilmember Iyer is here, and I will bring her over to the panel.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson? Mayor, I see Councilmember Nelson, but it looks like her screen may be frozen.
I can see she is. Screen looks good from my perspective. That's it.
Councilmember Nelson?
Now it's frozen. Oh, no, it's not. She might not be able to hear you. Councilmember Nelson, can you hear us? Please raise your hand if you can hear us.
Mayor, I'll note that she is here.
I can't hear anybody.
We can hear you now.
I just got a message on my computer that says restart required. Can anyone hear me?
Councilmember Nelson, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you on a city level?
Can you hear us?
I just heard you, Ali. You're the first person I've heard. Oh, wait, maybe I had my volume off. I'm sorry. If you called my name, yes, I'm here. I'm calling from Ann Arbor.
No worries.
Councilmember Nelson, are you on a city device?
Yes, I am.
You may want to skip that update. It takes about 30 to 40 minutes if you're able
All right,
to.
I will not do that. It may have been that I had my volume off. I'm not sure. I thought I heard things. I before, but okay, I'm better now.
Councilmember Briggs?
Here.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Present.
We have a quorum.
I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda. Moved by Radina, second by Councilmember Graham. Discussion. All in favor? Councilmember Griswold.
Would it be possible to move the agenda earlier in the meeting, preferably after the public hearings?
To move what before after the public hearings?
Move the budget on the agenda to following the public hearings so that we can discuss the most important item on the agenda tonight earlier in the meeting.
Second.
So that's a motion to move the budget from where to, from its present location, DS1, to after PH2.
Yes, please.
I guess discussion of that. Mr. Crawford, are there staff members who are presently anticipating? That'll throw off staff member schedule, I expect.
I think we have most on if you do pass this.
What does that mean?
I think we can support this if you pass it. I can also be reaching out to the couple who I don't see.
Okay. Is that an inconvenience? Is that a
It's acceptable if you pass it.
fair point? Discussion of the proposed change. Councilmember Griswold.
I guess for the city administrator, is it acceptable or would it be preferred to staff so that they're not up so late?
Staff was planning to come in at a later time, so I think they were prepared for however long.
Oh, okay. Well, we can also consider our viewing audience. I don't have a strong opinion at this point.
Councilmember Umlai.
Thank you. Yeah. Considering the staff is present and able to answer the questions, I think our cognitive abilities are sharper earlier in the meeting than it would be late at night. And we can maybe push off some of these other things at the end if we run out of time. So obviously I support reshuffling this.
For the discussion? All in favor? I'm sorry, is that
I do have one question.
Councilor Briggs?
Well, actually, never. I'm just going to waive it. Go ahead.
Thank you. For the discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. We have a motion to further discuss the agenda as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Agenda as amended is approved. We have communications today for our city administrator.
Nothing today, Mayor.
In the absence of introductions, we'll move to public commentary. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. In order to speak at public comment, please enter the number on your screen. That is 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected, our clerk will identify you when it is your turn to speak. She'll identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. Last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, per prior, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is William Hampton.
With the phone number ending in 902. Mr. Hampton, if you press *6, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. My name is
Hello.
William Hampton, and I'm here representing your NAACP, Ann Arbor. Thank you so much for your consideration for the approval of DC6. Your approval would create Juneteenth as a City of Ann Arbor holiday. I still remember the difficulty in getting MLK approved as a national holiday here in the United States of America. The MLK Day designation did not seem to gain much momentum until after Stevie Wonder's Happy Birthday song in honor of MLK. Right now, MLK remains as the only holiday in America specifically set aside in honor of the accomplishments of African Americans. Juneteenth represents the day of emancipation for enslaved African Americans after 246 years of involuntary servitude. In my judgment, total freedom remains a work in progress even today. In fact, on this very day, May 17th, 67 years ago, our United States Supreme Court rendered its decision in the Brown v. Board of Education, Topeka, Kansas decision of 1954. That decision overturned the so-called separate but equal mandate of more than a half century before that and made public schools open for all of us. The 1954 Brown decision was a segue to the civil rights movement and allegedly for more equal rights for people who look like me in the areas of employment, housing, public accommodation, and economic sustainability. This ongoing battle for equality continues. It has now been almost 156 years since the Juneteenth announcement. Translation: this means it will take until the year 2111, or 90 years from right now, for us to be out of slavery for as long as we were in this unfortunate situation. Hopefully, that is something for all of us to think about, right? In closing, let me simply say thank you to each city council person, past and present, who are or have been members of your NAACP. Please remember, the NAACP doors remain open to everybody because we strongly believe that collaboration is better than competition for the sake of right. We are all in this world together, and our trust of vote for DC 6 will be unanimous. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Hughes.
Caller with the phone number ending in 677.
Hi, this is
Michelle Hughes,
Michelle
go
Hughes,
ahead.
and
Hi.
I'm going to talk about. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, I'm here to talk about the budget amendments. I want to start with my favorite one, which is amendment number 6. That's the amendment to hire DEI staff for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think that diversity, equity, inclusion should be job number 1 of the city. The county has a racial equity officer. The city of Jackson has a racial equity officer. I think that we need to be considering racial equity in everything we do, and we need somebody bottom lining that on the staff, so that when we make our decisions and when we implement our decisions, they're all made with diversity, equity, and inclusion in mind. It's a particular skill, and it's not sufficient to just have everybody think about it, because like we hire a traffic engineer to be a traffic engineer. We don't hire them to be a racial equity specialist. We need someone who's a racial equity specialist. So please vote yes on that. I'd also like to talk about amendments 8 and 10, which would reorient our budget towards the comprehensive transportation plan. It is unfortunate that a budget would be presented which did not take the comprehensive transportation plan's recommendations into effect. Amendment 8 talks about streetlights. Apparently the budget's a lot towards streetlights, and that streetlights are important, but the comprehensive transportation plan was designed with a lot of factors in mind, with a lot of things in mind, and puts those streetlights at the appropriate level. And there's other things that we need to do for safety that should be considered and should be done. So please pass amendments 8 and 10. Also, please pass, on the topic of safety on the streets, please pass amendment number 2, healthy streets. I'm sorry that we're going to have to wait a couple of extra months this year, just like we did last year, before we could pass this thing. But it'll be better if it's done than if it's not done. So please keep us safe by passing amendment number 2 for healthy streets. Please don't pass amendment number 4. We need to be, that's amendment number 4 would not hire additional staff for A20 for the sustainability office. We need those staff. We need to commit to that pledge. So that's all I can fit in my 3 minutes. So thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blaine Coleman.
Mr. Coleman?
This is Blaine Coleman. Tonight belongs to the Palestinian people, hundreds of whom have just been killed by Israeli bombers and by your tax dollars. And tonight, thousands of Palestinians have been blown out of their homes. Over the last few days, Palestinians have seen their apartment buildings blown down to the ground by the Israeli military. And tonight, we join hands with 2 million Palestinian souls who are still alive in the Gaza Strip. And we want to keep them alive. We definitely don't want military aid to Israel. We want to keep the Palestinian people alive. And those Palestinians who could say it's so much better than me, so many of them have been killed by Israel. The magisterial writer and political thinker Ghassan Kanafani, the 2,000 Palestinians who were bombed and shot to death by Israel in 2014. We join hands with all those Palestinians, with the whole Palestinian people tonight. Tonight is their night. They could say it's so much better than me. And I say we are against military aid to Israel. I think that every person with an ounce of humanity in the room, in the city, in the world tonight has to be, at the very least, against military aid to Israel. Think of the hundreds of Palestinians who you have just killed with your tax money. You don't want to do that anymore. You and I have the right to say no. No, we don't want our tax money going to the Israeli military. You will hear tonight from people who think it's divisive. Yeah, there is a division of opinion. Some people want the Palestinian people to live, and some people don't. I want the Palestinian people to live. And
30
tonight is
seconds.
their night. Tonight, in this quiet place, we join hands with the whole Palestinian people who are doing their best. 2 million men, women, and children doing their best to carry the burden of freedom for the whole world, without power, without light, without food, without water. And they will prevail, and they will survive, and we ought to lend a hand.
Time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mojan Savabiasafani.
Hello. Star 6. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, caller.
Hello. This is Dr. Mujgan Savabi Asfahani. I am a long-time defender of Palestinian human rights. I don't remember any time that I wasn't in my life. I was much more intimately involved with Palestinian community when I stayed in West Bank and taught Palestinian children, had the honor to learn firsthand about their courage, their humanity, and their forgiveness. Believe it or not, many Palestinians forgive the crimes of American people against them, and they want to just be able to live. United States government and Israeli government have their hands bloody. They are criminals when it comes to Palestine, of course, many other places, but specifically tonight, we talk about Palestine. Israel is an apartheid racist state. It's been declared so by top human rights organizations. And the United States has been helping Israel to destroy a people. Any of you who have reservations about cutting off military aid to Israel, reach down inside you and find out what kind of a beast lives there. And get rid of that beast. You can become human again. Any one of you who wants to discuss more, to find out more about Palestinian misery, to see if they actually deserve to be treated like human beings, I hope you've had a very good education at the cost of thousands dead, many hundreds dying more recently, many being sent to hospitals that are already crippled and cannot take care of people. I hope you have learned your lesson and you can safely and easily say the very least we can ask for is a stop military aid to Israel. I hope you have a little bit of humanity still left in your body to look at the children who are being dragged out of the rubble, shocked, so that they are basically
30
left.
seconds.
They are basically left. I hope you can look at them and say, yes, at the very least, I will say, let's not give Israel any more arms. I am waiting to hear some of you with more heart and more humanity to stand up tonight and propose that we are against military aid to Israel. That is the very, very least we can do for the courageous, heroic, resistant people of Palestine.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Becky Alexander.
Caller with the phone number ending in 164. Ms. Alexander, go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Here's what I'm not going to talk about. Israel and Palestine, Arabs and Jews, or years of local apathetic activism by a vocal few, hours of wasted possibility, which, if its messengers were good people, could have been used to cultivate local intercultural interfaith relations, which may not solve a geopolitical crisis, I know, but could become an opening, a tributary to something more. Or that the Jewish community, local, just by our hue, our 23andMe legacy, have been subjected to several generations in this town. 17 years of street corner synagogue situated overt hate with little public or civic accountability. Or as one former city council member shared in reference to the weekly synagogue hate signs, growing up in Ann Arbor, I knew that to be a Jew meant that I was to be protested. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm going to talk to you about you. City council and your responsibility as elected officials, personal and civic, to protect, not magnify, elevate, illuminate, or open the floodgates of hate for or towards your citizens. Putting forth a global driven resolution as Ms. Griswold did a couple weeks ago, regardless of its social relevance or urgency, is just not your job. It's not even kind of your job. Unless tabling it, recognizing it's not your job to be a white savior or convener or de facto facilitator or of a geopolitical crisis is a good thing. And here is the truth. The city council cannot regulate the anti-Jewish rhetoric and speech that enters its virtual space or its actual space day and day, week after week, and more than often or not has to tolerate it. But you do not have to encourage it. You do not need to put forth resolutions which basically affirm and provide platforms for racists and anti-Semites and bigots and bullies. You don't need to create communal conversations about or for groups which you have little or no affiliation. Instead, let those who are of those communities navigate the stickiness and the heaviness of our identities, legacies, and cultures. You may have to listen weekly to the barrage of hate-filled speech, but you don't need to nurture it, because then you are indeed complicit, a co-pilot in today's ongoing hate wars. Thank you so much for your
30
time.
seconds.
Thank you.
I'm finished.
Our next,
Thank you.
my apologies. Our next speaker is Amila Hannon. Alan.
Caller with the phone number ending in 825. If you press *6, you can unmute your phone.
Hi, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Amelia Callan. I'm 20 years old. I live in the second ward and now attend MSU studying zoology. I want to encourage the city council to end the deer call. As an animal lover, I have been very troubled by the ease with which Ann Arbor chooses to kill wildlife that share our community. As someone who cares about equity and justice, I would like this money to go towards a service that addresses real issues in need of our own community. As someone who cares deeply about climate change and as someone who studies ecosystems, I want to stress that our ecosystems are living things, continuously changing and are extremely complex. And importantly, our ecosystems and the amazing wildlife within them change rapidly due to human interference. To pinpoint one species, one that has been in North America for millions of years, and remove them based on our own alterations of the land we share, doesn't seem rational to me. I understand some people see deer as a nuisance. Some also feel similar towards possums, raccoons, skunks, coyote, and geese. But I also understand that nature and wildlife are a vital part of this city that's loved and enjoyed by many. I believe that we are so fortunate to live in a beautiful city with so much natural beauty, but to have and enjoy the nature around us means respecting the wildlife that comes with it. Let us work against the hate and violence and instead spread positive messages that we all need right now, especially for young people. Urban wildlife are a part of our community and a part of the ecosystems around us. Let Ann Arbor be an example of loving and thoughtful solutions to community challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Hunter.
Ms. Hunter, phone number ending in 877. Go ahead. Ms. Hunter, if you press *6, you can unmute yourself.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Mayor Taylor, I see that you and council members Hayner and Ramlawi all have very similar deer cull resolutions tonight. And I can only ask, do you not speak to them? What about leading meetings where time is managed efficiently? Do you understand that this is only one of many examples where you could have brought people together but did not? Unfortunately for Ann Arbor, you are a divisive leader. You do not seek compromise, and you attempt to deny alternative voices a seat at the table. This is the opposite of diversity. You dismiss points of view that do not suit your interests. And you even went farther away from good governance when you led a mob against CM Hayner. A mob is worked up emotion, unconstrained by process. And it's actually really much bigger than CM Hayner, though. It's what threatens anyone who is considered a minority. And when the elected body normalizes mob behavior, it hurts minorities worst of all, since it is process and rules that protect them, and everyone else for that matter. What you and your council recruits did was mob rule. Both lawyers present at the meeting where CM Hayner was censured, and both of them being members of the bar, were there to defend process and rules, not to be enablers of mob rule. Sadly, what's going on here is that we are all watching the slow collapse of civil society in Ann Arbor.
Ms. Boji, did the speaker hang up or is there a technical problem?
Mayor, I think we lost the speaker. I don't know whether she hung up, but I no longer see her on the line.
I assume you have a clock as to how much was remaining?
Yes.
Thank you. I guess with council's acquiescence, we'll move on. And if the speaker calls back and indicates that she was shorted due to technical difficulties, we'll reopen public comment. That seem reasonable to everyone? And as to the speaker, thank you. Are there communications from council? Councilmember Rumlowy.
Thank you. Try not to be long, and in fact, I wasn't really prepared to speak on this tonight. I don't have any prepared statements, but I've been troubled. And I know all my brothers and sisters throughout the world are troubled. What is occurring in Gaza and what is occurring in the occupied territories is nothing short of a war crime. The only party, one of the only parties, there's a few parties, there are outliers to that, and that is the United States. The United States, for 3 times in 1 week, has blocked the United Nations Security Council from releasing and issuing a ceasefire statement, a simple ceasefire statement. The United States has blocked the United Nations Security Council 3 times. I've been up here on City Council for many years now. In every meeting, we talk about human rights, we talk about equity, talk about inclusion, and all these things. And in fact, tonight, we're going to be adopting a holiday recognizing such a thing, and it'll be unanimously supported. What we have going on there is not a conflict. You have a nuclear power who has complete control over another population, who has no control over anything. Not their borders, not the food that comes in, not the water they drink, not the roads they travel on, nothing. So it's not a conflict at this point. It's an imperialist, colonialist power, thirsty and continuing to do more damage and destruction. And I'm a Palestinian, and I'm not out there protesting at the synagogue, and I don't even support that. But I am hurt, and I was hurt by some of the comments made here tonight already. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
I wanted to give a brief update regarding the 1,4-dioxane plume, otherwise known as the Gelman plume. We're now on a 3-path process. The first one is an ongoing cleanup under the 3rd CJ. It's obviously not acceptable, but it's ongoing. The second one is an order from Judge Connors that's in the process of being finalized now, that would include the agreed upon sections of the 4th CJ, which I consider sort of a midterm solution. And the third one is the EPA cleanup, which I consider more of a long-term solution. And if anyone would like information about the status of the EPA preliminary assessment, they can simply search on the term EPA Gelman, and it will take you to an EPA page that has the latest information about the Gelman cleanup and the analysis that's going on. Thank you.
Councilmember Song.
I want to thank Councilmember Ramali for being so open and sharing that. I'd also like to encourage folks to participate in the United Ways Equity Challenge. It's the 21-day equity challenge that they started last year and is now being replicated across the state. So I understand folks at the city had also participated. It kicks off on Juneteenth, so June 19th. Basically, you get prompts every morning on readings, videos, podcasts, and understanding the challenges that are happening within our community and beyond. It's www.uwashington.org/equity. Thanks.
Councilmember Dish.
Thank you. Yeah, this has been a very difficult week, and I did prepare something to say. I want to acknowledge the events of last week and the ongoing violence in the Middle East. We've seen incursion, displacement, desecration of a holy site, and unconscionable assaults on civilians that violate a basic principle of international law. I am sure that a broad range of people across this city, this community of many faiths and ethnicities, are feeling the weight and the sorrow of these events. And I didn't want to go about business as usual without acknowledging that.
Councilmember Radina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I wanted to recognize that today, May 17th, is also International Day against homophobia, biphobia, interphobia, and transphobia, which is a day to celebrate the LGBTQ plus community globally, but also to raise awareness for the work that still needs to be done to combat discrimination and hatred. And so it's a day really to celebrate LGBTQ people, but to push back against some of the hatred and pain that is still inflicted upon that community. And so in order to give voice to the fact that LGBTQ plus people here in our community and around the world deserve to be able to live in their homes with dignity, equality, and feeling safe and welcome in their home. I just wanted to recognize this day and say to the LGBTQ plus residents here that you are welcome and you are seen. So thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'll be brief. It was interesting to hear some of these callers speak tonight, and you know, it's true. Some of these messages we've heard before, and some we haven't. I had no problem dedicating my moment of silence to the folks who are in conflict over there in Israel and Palestine and Gaza and the West Bank, and it's a real mess over there, and it has been for quite some time. I mean, in my entire life, and you know, it kind of came and went. When I was in school, I got involved in some of it, and then you kind of forget about what's happening. You get on with your own life, and then I remember I want to say it was 2003 or so when Rachel Corrie was killed over there. And I think in 2004, maybe the end of 2003, our Human Rights Commission asked City Council to put forward a resolution in support of ending U.S. military aid for Israel. And it was a pretty decent and simple ask. And it's like we do with policy agenda and other things, where they urge the United States federal government to stop military aid to Israel. And I don't have a problem saying that personally, but obviously I don't speak for this body. I'm against military aid to Israel. And I think it would be nice if this body went on the record as saying something about this. Little things in little places add up to big changes. We got 30 Democrats in the Senate who have asked for this to stop. We have the chair of the Senate Budget Committee, Bernie Sanders, has asked for this to stop. How can we, with a good conscience, stay silent on this any longer? I think this is a case where silence equals complicity. I think we're complicit if we don't say something. And the notion that it's not up to a white man to say something is ridiculous, because if I'm endowed with this white privilege, then I need to use that privilege, and the voice that's heard over the voice of somebody in Palestine who they're digging out from underneath the rubble, to make my feelings known and call for the right things and call for the right action. And so I'm dismayed that there's reticence at this body to speak to general human rights and speak to what's right in this world. And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed.
Councilmember Briggs.
Just real briefly, I want to draw anybody who's watching their attention to the fact that on May 20th, nominations for 820 champions that's the deadline for nominating somebody or an organization. So if you know anybody who's gone out of their way to advance sustainability, equity, or climate change, please fill out the application, and there's a link to it in the administrator's report that's linked to it in our agenda, and look forward to seeing who all the nominees are. And thanks.
Any communication from council? Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. I appreciate what some of my colleagues have said this evening, which I think is is reflective of pain that a lot of us feel, but I also want to acknowledge an important point that was brought up about the local context of who has been pushing for this conversation, because it's been unfortunately something that, you know, that there are people of all faiths that have varied opinions about what they see and feel pain across the board. And that doesn't mean that in our particular local context that those of us in the Jewish community have been subjected to persistent anti-Semitism from those two community members who called in this evening. And so it's important to recognize, I think, that there's wide diversity of opinion, both here and abroad, that there's actually a lot more people who don't want conflict, who really do hope for peace and are distraught by what they've seen. But it's also important to call out hate in our local community when we see it. And I was trying to sit silently, but can't because there are people in our community who've come after those in mine. And that's, and I just wish that week after week we weren't dealing with lots of harm. And I think the mayor's gonna have something to say about some other harm that was caused this week to members of our community. And I just hope that we can stop.
Other communication from council? I'd like to request confirmation of the following appointments that presented to City Council for consideration on May 3rd, 2021. That is the Ann Arbor Public Art Commission, John Kotarski, Sarah Fuller. The Building Authority, Anthony Ramirez and Doug Smith. The Building Board of Appeals, David Arnsdorf. The City Planning Commission, Councilmember Lisa Dish, Sarah Mills, Lisa Suave. Commission on Disability Issues, Rachel Hawkins, Zachary Damon. The Design Review Board, William Kinley and Lori Singleton. The Downtown Area Advisory Council, Carolyn Akura and Peter Honeyman. The Downtown Development Authority, Marie Klopf and Jessica Lita and Risha Narayan. The Elizabeth Dean Fund Committee, Kenneth Westerman and E. Merrill Dudley. The Energy Commission, Charles Holcomb, Robert George, Noah Levin, John Mursky. The Historic District Commission, Jessica Quinaro. The Housing and Human Services Advisory Board, Paul Scheer and Skylar Woodman. The Housing Commission, Lee Meadows. The Human Rights Commission, Leslie Stambaugh and Dilip Das. The Huron River Watershed Commission, Cheryl Darnton and Richard Norton. The Leslie Science and Nature Center Board of Directors, Paige Morrison. The Local Development Financing Authority, Heather Grisham. The Parks Advisory Commission, Rachel Stylis and Lauren London. To the Transportation Commission, Aria Bondamera and Julie Boland. The Zoning Boards of Appeals, Candace Briere and Nicole Eisenman. We have a motion to approve these appointments, please. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Medina. Discussion of the appointments. Councilmember Grand, is your hand up?
It was. I just want to you know, this is a meeting where we get to appoint a lot of folks to who have served for a long time or who are stepping up for the first time to serve our community. And one of the best parts of being on council is getting to work with so many wonderful volunteers from our community who do this. So I just want to thank them for their service.
Mayor, I just want to confirm that you were finished reading the list for the zoning board.
Oh, my apologies. Thank you very much. The Zoning Board of Appeals, I appreciate that. Charlotte Wilson, thank you. Councilmember Hayner.
I would encourage people to keep applying for these boards and commissions. I know 2 years ago when I came on board, we tried to pick that up a little bit and advertise that board and commission appointments were open to everyone, and everyone was encouraged to participate. And keep trying. There's 41 appointments being made tonight in that list, and 41 of them are reappointments. So there aren't any spaces open tonight, but keep turning in those applications, folks. And at some point you'll get a chance to serve, hopefully, the community. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Consistent with our equity goals, I'd like to recommend that we provide some demographics, sort of a running total, whenever we appoint additional people to boards and commissions, because there seems to be a lot of mystery there. And I know we have a goal, but one of the sayings in education is what gets measured gets done. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? They're approved. I'd like to recommend the following nomination in a one-step process to the Historic District Commission. Jennifer Ross. Ms. Ross is an architectural historian who has served on the commission previously. I believe that the rapidity of the appointment was, as I recollect, requested by staff. May I have a motion, please? Move by Councilmember Ramlawi, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion? Councilmember Ramlawi. Question?
No, I'm sorry. That was an inadvertent hand raising.
No worries. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved with 11 council members present, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement. I'd also like to provide for Ms. Beaudry, this MC3 is for next meeting? Definitely later in this meeting.
My understanding is this was being presented for approval at a later date. The 7-vote requirement is due to her not being a city resident.
Thank you.
But the normal 2-step process would be next meeting.
Thank you very much. I'd like to recommend the following nomination for your consideration at our next meeting. Kristen Schweighofer, the Housing Board of Appeals. Finally, and briefly, as Councilmember Grant indicated, it's my goal and my hope that we, as a council, can move forward and work on policy matters, and that we not spend a great deal of time having conversation about what each of us say in our various various channels. However, it's important for me to note and to indicate that I'm still reflecting on how exactly to proceed. But one of our council members, Councilmember Hayner, it is reported in the newspaper that the council member used the N-word in its fullest during the course of an interview. It was not said in anger, it was said as textual analysis, but nevertheless the word was said. The voicing of this word is entirely unacceptable. It does deep and personal harm, and it distances community members from their government. The N-word is an unspeakable obscenity, and it is used for centuries to demean and dehumanize, to enforce and to perpetuate white supremacy. The word is taboo, and it is simply not to be uttered. And I have a option of understanding that it has been spoken and doing nothing, or understanding that it has been spoken and doing something, and I will choose to do something. And my suspicion is that we'll try to run this through the ordinary process, but we will
Point of order,
come
Mr.
to that
Mayor.
later.
Point of order.
What is your point of order,
My
Councilmember?
point of order is, we have a process. The process is not, if you have a process and you want to complain about something, follow the process.
Councilmember, I am expressing my opinion during council communication, pardon me, during mayoral communications. There is no point of order. And in fact, you're raising a point in order in this context is obstructive.
I have a point of personal privilege to defend myself from your accusations.
The accusation is false. You can raise a point of personal privilege. I suppose that I have to look at that. I'll entertain it.
I believe that the things that we say and the words that we say, if this body, let me just back up here. If this body spent as much time worrying about and listening to the things I said at this table, we wouldn't have a structural deficit. If this body spent as much time listening to each other at this table as they do peering into their private conversations and worrying about what is said outside of this chamber, we would be much better off and we would be able to move forward with policy. But some of us have made it an obsession to listen to every single word and track every single word that people have said outside of this chamber and drag it in here. That's the problem. The problem isn't protected speech outside of this chamber. The problem is the incessant dragging that business back in here to the chamber for political gain, for personal embarrassment, for who knows what reasons. And I reject your assertion that I don't have a right to say whatever I want to say outside of this chamber.
You'll never hear me say that you don't have a right to say words, council member. I'm merely saying it's improper and deeply so, and that it's unacceptable and that I do not accept it. We now come to the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Redina. Discussion, please, of the consent agenda. Councilmember Hayner.
I'd like to pull off CA5, please, for a couple quick questions.
Further discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Griswold.
I just want to mention that there are 2 fees. Are the Gelman legal fees on here?
Yes, they are. CA8.
Oh, okay. I just want to point out that we are continuing to spend money to fight, and I'll use the term fight with Gelman, a huge multi-billion-dollar company, in order to get clean water for our community. And at this point, while I don't like to spend the money, it's money that we have to spend.
Further discussion of the consent agenda. All in favor of the consent agenda with the exception of CA5, please. I'm sorry, Councilor Griswold, did you have something else?
Oh, I was voting, I'm sorry.
My apologies. Further discussion. There is no further discussion of the consent agenda. May I have a motion? All in favor of the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Consent agenda is approved with 11 council members present, all approved with the exception of CA5, all voting in the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA8, CA9. CA5, resolution to approve a payment in lieu of taxes pilot for Lockwood of Ann Arbor, 2195 East Ellsworth, moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of CA5, Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks. I see Mr. Delacourt is here. And so I just had a quick question. If I'm reading this properly, as long as those units out there at Lockwood are in the system, using low-income housing tax credits and so on, and providing the benefit that the community is asking for, that is affordable senior housing and affordable housing, that this pilot will stay in place. I didn't see an expiration. So that is conditional on the units reporting the property owner reporting that the units continue to have the same use. Is that correct?
We are lucky to have Ms. Gelati here, and I would hazard a guess at it, but since we have the expert, I'm going to turn it over to her and let her
If I
answer
may,
that.
because we changed our rules to have limited time. So my second part of that question is, how much of the property is under the pilot and how much is paying actual property taxes to the city of Ann Arbor? And do we know what that amount's going to be moving forward? Thank
So
you.
I'll start with the first half of the question. Good evening. The state of Michigan actually limits the extent of a pilot to 50 years. So there is a maximum time frame that the pilot can be in effect. But to your point, every year that it has to be certified as meeting the conditions to get the pilot, which is specific ownership, having state or federal funds in the project, in this case, senior housing and also affordable housing to trigger the 2 pilots locally. So there are components that are checked annually, and it has a maximum sort of duration of 50 years if those components are complied with every single year. So I'm sorry, the assessor is not on to ask the specific questions about the property, so I'll do my best to note that there's 2 different sort of pilots that are applying. So they're applying for the affordable units, again, that meet those state conditions. It would be $1 per unit on those. And for the senior units that don't have rent or income restrictions, but still comply with the MSHDA requirements and the local ordinance, there would be 4% of shelter rents that would be charged. And that would apply to the entirety of the property as I understand it. So I don't know, hopefully that gets to the bulk of your questions.
Sure. So this property, because it is providing these benefits, is essentially paying no or very little
Minimal.
relative to their typical assessment property taxes for 50 years.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure, because we have another thing on later. It's pilot. It's kind of the reverse of this, where right now people are exempted automatically under old state law, and we're asking them to prove that exemption, prove the value to the community to continue with that exemption in a voluntary way. And so when I saw a pilot came up, I just wanted to ask that question for clarity. So thank you.
Further discussion of CA5? All in favor? Opposed? CA5 is approved. We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about the specific subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the specific item on the agenda. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the specific item on the agenda. To speak at a public hearing, please enter the number on your screen, 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you are connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected further, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak at that particular public hearing. When it is your turn to speak at that public hearing, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When she has done so, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. When your time has our clerk will let you know when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to add a temporary emergency ordinance section 1.327B, third-party delivery services, to Title 1 of Chapter 15, Emergency and Disaster Management of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. Moved by. I'm sorry. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 948, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 948, can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, fantastic. Thank you all for having me. Oh, Oh, is my audio coming through here, guys?
It would be helpful if you would mute your device. You mute your media device and speak only into your phone.
There we go. All right, fantastic. My name is Phil Clark. I'm the general manager of Ray's Red Hots in downtown Ann Arbor. Actually, myself and our owner, Ray, are the originators of this proposal fee cap, and council people Grand and Radina and Mr. Ramlawi, the city attorney, Mr. Reiser, have done a lot of great work to help us get it this far, so we'd just like to give them a big thanks. On behalf of all of us local restaurants, particularly downtown, when COVID hit and all of a sudden overnight, 80% of our business was being routed through these third-party services at commission rates around 30%. It's a major blow, and big chains like McDonald's simultaneously right now, they're getting the same service we are in the same market for half the price, 15%. Us local businesses are being charged double or more. If you try to pursue direct negotiations with these companies, if they bother to reply to you at all, they simply tell you no. It was actually Uber Eats who told me the only way that we're going to reduce your commission is if your city enacts a fee cap. That's where the idea came from and why we're having this conversation. At 629 East U, I don't have one parking spot. I don't have a loading zone. We would need 12 to 24 drivers at once to execute our delivery sales. We can't even park one car. It was great that we got those 2 blocked off meters to facilitate takeout and delivery, but not so great is the fact that our vehicles get $50 a pop tickets when they're staged there in order for us to execute business. I simply have no choice but to use these services or go out of business. And these services, they charge the customer a delivery fee and a service fee. They take the 30% commission from the restaurant, and they keep 100% of the tip. The restaurant staff don't see a dime. They pay their employees as 1099 independent contractors with low wages and no rights. Meanwhile, these services are posting revenue numbers in the billions or more. They are, and it's sad to say, the winners of this COVID-19 lockdown, as they have made huge gains in market share and grown to numbers like never before off the backs of local restaurants like us. Okay, we're shipping off, just us, we're shipping off 10,000 to 15,000 or more per month directly out of Michigan to Wall Street in California, to DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, and that's just us. So think about the money that's leaving our local economy because of these services. We pay our employees living wage, our hourly staff, 13 to 15 an hour. We provide insurance. We provide company vehicles for transport, and our local community benefits when local restaurants like us are able to keep a fair percentage of our own hard-earned money. So there's a lot more I want to say, but I realize I'm close to time. So I thank you guys for hearing me out and having this conversation tonight.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up for this item.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, resolution to approve the 2065-2099 South Main Street annexations, 1.5 acres, 2065-2099 South Main Street. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see anyone with their hands up for this hearing.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. DS1, resolution to adopt Ann Arbor city budget and related property tax millage rates for fiscal year 2022, moved by Councilmember Amlawi, second by Councilmember Grand. Discussion, please, of DS1. Councilmember Amlawi.
Well, thank you. These are the times you miss former Councilmember Lum, because she would be here and she would have a whole lot to say. I can't even come close, so I won't even try. I was just wanted to say thanks to the staff, Mr. Crawford and others who have responded to council members and really do a lot of the work. Council members ask, and these folks in our city government, I think, are honest and fair to the point where I can only speak with my interactions with who I've spoken with and who I've worked with. I won't, and I can just say that I appreciate the level of service that I've received when it comes to certain things, not everything. And I knew when it came to this budget that we're looking at a structural deficit. And the DDA is facing big losses. We rely on 20% of their budget to fund our general fund. I didn't really want to bring amendments to this budget to ask for additional spending. I noticed there's a lot of trade-offs in here, obviously, but there are reworkings with some amendments that we'll get to later that I think I'll have more to say on later. But my biggest point here was to say thanks, and I'm sure we'll have a whole lot to talk about once we get to the amendments.
Further discussion?
Mayor, there were a couple of questions for a couple of the amendments. I was inclined to offer, if those amendments move forward, to interrupt at that time with those questions. Is that appropriate, or would you like to hear them up front?
I think that makes sense, that if the amendments are actually offered, then we hear the related question and staff response. But if you think otherwise, Mr. Crawford, we'll roll that with that.
We'll wait then.
Okay. Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I guess if we're not going to go in order, then I'm happy to jump in with one to just hopefully an easy one to get us going. I'd like to propose amendment. I'd like to move amendment 12, which is the amendment to increase fiscal year 2022 expenditures by $75,000 for succession planning in the city attorney's office.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Dish. Councilmember Grand, you still have the floor.
Thank you. As we know, our city attorney, Mr. Postema, will be leaving us not this year, but next year, and they're incredibly significant shoes to fill. So it makes sense to have a process that both uses some external support, but also leans heavily upon staff and council members alike. So there's some money not only for search, but when we do, after what I hope is a successful search, have some money in the overhire as well to help with that transition and other transitions in the attorney's office. As Mr. Postema believes, there'll likely be at least one position in the senior assistant city attorney in fiscal year 2022 that we may need some overhire money for, and that's been an incredibly successful program, and staff deserves all the praise for the success of that overhire program. So, and thank you to the mayor for co-sponsoring that with me.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, my comments in no way reflect on the ability caliber of the staff, but I'm wondering, number one, why wasn't this included in the budget to begin with? And number two, given the size of the legal department in terms of staff and dollars, is it possible to accomplish the goal without a budget amendment?
Well, council member, the one part of it, the $25,000 for a consultant, was just approved by the admin committee, and so then that's moving forward to you. So that is something that I suppose could have been put in the budget at the time, but it's an expense that you want to incur, and that comes with the recommendation from the admin, and that's going to come to the council next month in a unanimous vote from the admin committee. The other issue on the overhire, there was money in overhire,
My understanding, I put in a request for some overhire, but I think that there was the money that was put in by Mr. Crawford was not did not specifically address that issue, and so it could have been put in at the time, but it's a realistic issue. So yes.
Oh, okay, and to clarify, the 75,000 then includes 25,000 for the consultant?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, and so it's yeah on the overhire, it's a situation that we're watching, and so it arose this year after the initial discussions of budget, and so the current overhire doesn't include money for overhire in this office where it has in the past, and so we got that clarification, and so I don't know what else to say.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just think it's very important to have this discussion for the public, given that we are cutting many departments.
Well, and that's
so
true,
that they.
Right, and I think you'll address it when next month when you have something discussing the succession plan, and that whole process will be very transparent. And I appreciate you mentioning that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you. I thought when Councilmember Grant said she's going to start with the easy one first, I thought she was going to 14. But 12 is relatively easy as well. My question really is the same as some of it's the same as Councilmember Griswold was. Why wasn't this 50,000 for overhire budgeted in originally? We did do that in years prior, and we didn't need a budget amendment when it came to this day. So I understand the 25,000. I'm in support of it, and again, I wish that 50,000 was in there to begin with, and it didn't require an amendment. And not a big thing, but we'll move on. Thank you, and I'll support this.
Further discussion of the amendment? All in favor of amendment number 12, please say aye. Opposed? Amendment number 12 is approved. Further discussion of the main motion as amended?
Excuse me, Jeff, did you vote no?
I didn't hear anything. Is there a dissent, Councilmember Hayner? If anyone has not had their dissent recognized, please let us know now or later so that it can be put on the record. But otherwise, I didn't hear anything, and I confess I didn't see anything. So we'll roll from there. Councilmember Hayner, did you vote? Councilmember Hayner, Councilman Nelson asked whether you voted no on that, and I guess I'm confirming, did you vote no on that or did you vote yes? Councilmember Hayner.
I voted no.
Thank you very much. Amendment 12 is approved with 11 council members present, 10 voting in the affirmative. Councilmember Hayner voting in opposition. Further discussion of the main motion is amended. Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I would just like to bring forward amendment number 2, amendment to increase funding for Healthy Streets deployment.
Second by Member Song. Councilmember Briggs, you have the floor.
Okay. Obviously, we had a lengthy discussion about this at our last meeting. This still comes forward with the unanimous support of the Transportation Commission. Just a few reasons, additional reasons why I think it's important that we include it in the fiscal year 22 budget. Obviously, we've already spent $40,000 for design work. We voted for that, and I did too, and gave direction to staff to bring things back to us. Councilmember Griswold actually supported that at the time. And that meant that we directed not only resources to design, but we also put precious staff resources into bringing this forward, to bringing back this program to us. What we've seen from community surveys is that there's majority support for this deployment. And this program is obviously partly important for pandemic reasons, but it's also incredibly important for advancing our carbon neutrality and Vision Zero goals. If you look at last year, sort of the preliminary data for 2020, it showed that although there were fewer cars on the road nationally, pedestrian fatalities jumped about 20% in 2020 compared to 2019. But if you look at the trend in Ann Arbor, at least on our healthy streets, what we saw is a decrease in speeds and a decrease in pedestrian and bicycle crashes in deployment areas. So a real success. This program is being brought forward in a modified version from last year. We've got two permanent projects on Packard, one strong pilot program on Main Street that will let us identify how to move forward there, and 34 neighborhood slow streets programs, which I will stop there.
The discussion of the amendment, Councilmember Griswold.
I'm supporting the two main streets, the neighborhood slow streets. I questioned some of the data that was presented based on the fact that there were very few cars. I asked for a legal opinion regarding the neighborhood streets, given that the public overwhelmingly supported a millage for sidewalk gaps. That indicates to me that people want their children on the sidewalk and out of dangerous streets. I may get a little upset. I may actually have to leave. I believe that anyone who votes for this is exhibiting behavior unbecoming of a council member. They are ignoring the data. They are ignoring reality that exists today. Not only is traffic up, but there's now a rush hour period in the mid-afternoon because people are working from home and driving to school. I believe the unintended consequence is that we are sending children out into the streets in order to slow traffic. That is unconscionable, and the vehicle mix has changed. I took a picture today of myself in front of a pickup truck where the top of the hood came up to my armpits. The result of that is if you are hit by a pickup truck or an SUV with one of the more square front ends, it doesn't matter the speed of the vehicle, it will slam into your body and you are very likely to be pulled under the vehicle and run over by the tires. You will be dead. It doesn't matter if it's 5 miles an hour, 20 or 30 miles an hour. There are many other reasons for this, but we cannot, in summary, we cannot ignore reality. The traffic that we had, the level of traffic that we had last year is not the level of traffic that we have this year. And again, I plead with you to vote for this is a vote to significantly increase the risk that a child will die this summer in Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. I didn't support this a month ago, and I won't be supporting it tonight for so many different reasons. It's not because I don't believe in safety. It's because I think we need to have our priorities realigned with reality. This whereas clause, refers to the coronavirus pandemic. The CDC has released guidelines right now saying if you're fully vaccinated, you don't need to wear a mask outside or indoors. And these changes are happening daily now, where the restrictions are becoming looser and looser and less. So the reasons why we did this last year don't exist right now. And I understand there's some people who are not comfortable and are going to double mask until the end of summer, and that's their right, and I applaud them. But for us to be putting our resources in areas like this, it's depriving our resources from other areas that need attention. Our neighborhood streets, the pavement conditions are in some parts third world nation. And those same streets, people walk on and ride bikes on, as well as cars. So to suggest that these streets are only used for cars is incomplete. We use these streets for everything. And I get emails all the time. When is my street gonna get fixed? But we're going to take a lot of money from that we could be doing and putting it into these other programs that I don't think line up with where our priorities ought to be. I have a question on the data because the data is completely understandable. You know, I've had a constituent, and you all know him, send us a letter today. He went through and counted all the for and against, and guess what? What he comes up with is something different than what we're basing our decisions on. You know, according to my constituent, there's more people against these than for them when you go through there and you actually count them up. Now, I don't know how many of us actually went through and counted those 1,000 responses and the vagueness as how they could be categorized. But the data was not given to us in a cohesive, understandable way. It's all kind of just smushed together and given to us in a way that isn't clear. And one that frankly doesn't seem to be as clear as some members of council would like it to be to support this. There is not a clear indicator here that there's support for this to be spending $400,000 when you consider the other $40,000 we already spent. $400,000 in 3 months. I mean, and it's just, to me, it's again, I can't vote for that. And there's other reasons. We said something about data being collected. Was it data collected on speeds and crashes in the Slow Street neighborhood area?
Councilmember, you're at 3 minutes.
I understand that. I can use the 2 minutes when I have the second time. Thank you.
Councilmember Ryer.
Thank you. I will be voting for this, happily so. And I really hope we can tone down this overheated rhetoric because, let's just keep the focus on policy and not on, trying to, make people out to be ogres if they vote for something or against something. This is really, this is something that a lot of progressive cities are doing. This is progressive policy. It is neighborhood driven. It is, something that neighbors and that the neighborhoods ask for, and that the city is facilitating for them. So, I view this as really neighborhood friendly. The other thing that I really like about it is that it helps train us to think of our streets as belonging to everybody, not just drivers, but kids on bikes, pedestrians. It forces us as drivers to slow down and to really recognize that our streets are not just for cars. They're for all of us, and they all, we all should benefit from them. I guess the final thing is the idea that we could be paving streets instead of doing this. And I don't think this amount of money, it's of course, it seems like a lot, it's more than pocket change, to us as individuals, but in terms of what we'd actually get for paving with this amount of money is probably just a few blocks. If I'm wrong on that, I hope the city staff will correct me, but I think that's accurate. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thanks. I'll be enthusiastically supporting this. Just a couple of things that I heard, and one of them is because this is incredibly important to our city, but also to my ward. Some of these permanent installations are ones that we've heard pretty consistently that residents in the third ward have enjoyed and helped them feel safer, connecting from their neighborhoods to other parts of the city. I'm really excited about some of those Packard intersection improvements that are finally being rectified. So these aren't all just temporary. Some of them are permanent, and they're permanent in places that, to me as a cyclist, have felt pretty dangerous. And I'm looking forward to the time when I won't have to navigate it that way. I also think it's important to recognize that while I am incredibly enthusiastic about where our community is going in terms of our vaccination rates, and take great pride in the fact that we're, I think, number 2 in the state. I'd love us to be number 1. that there are many members of our community, particularly those under the age of 12, that are not able to be vaccinated and won't be able to be vaccinated for some time. So what we've been hearing very consistently from parents of younger children, many of whom their activities, because of the long-term planning involved in these and the fact that they're not vaccinated, is please give us some other alternatives for things that we can do outside with their kids, because that's where a lot of their socialization that's critically important after the last year and a half takes place for them. So really excited to support this. Thanks to the co-sponsors.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I'm going to take my time here to run off what one of our constituents sent to us, which just kind of gently pushes back by using the math that is in the statistics, the notion that there's some kind of massive groundswell for this program. Overall, the comments were 461 against to 446 for it. Several of the streets that are still in the program, like Jewett, Chapin, Granger, and Sunset, were significantly opposed. Jewett 22-4, Chapin 14-4, Granger 14-9, and so on, as far as the comments go. So this isn't neighborhoods clamoring for this to happen. This is an effort to try some new things, in that are supposedly going to have some results that we can't quite measure. And, and it's an expensive one at that. And so I guess the thing that I'm taking through this whole meeting with me tonight is that there's a lot of good things that we do as a community, and there's some things that we do as a community that some people think are good, but we don't really have any way to quantify it. And there's some things we do that probably aren't so great, like keep our roads in good conditions. And we all know that, people break their ankles and then they blame the city. And, well, they should perhaps, because our streets are terrible, and some of our downtown and even near downtown neighborhood crosswalks are in terrible condition. And so I'm sure that we could repave many, many, many crosswalks for $300,000-400,000 that we're going to spend to, slow down some traffic in some neighborhoods and create increased traffic in other streets. And so my concerns about this are more that there's a lot of temporary in here still that I don't think we really see the benefit for, nor has it been called for by the residents. And also the one thing that we've all been told is that we have a structural deficit and we're supposed to trim our spending, not increase our spending. And so, I don't have a problem being a deficit hawk or a budget, budget hawk on this. It's just the way it is. And if you listen to what was told to us, you would understand that we're not supposed to be off spending money like this. And some of, like I say, some of this is good. And I think it's long since overdue that we do large corridor changes to transit corridors like Packard. But some of this, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever for the rerouting of the traffic. I think it's going to increase the carbon emissions. I think it's going to increase the frustration from drivers. You can't fix angry drivers by closing streets. And I'm not sure what we're going to do to fix those folks. But I even see people who peel out halfway down the block at Maynard, right next to the closed street where people are dining. I've seen people smoking tires on that street. And so we have a driver problem in this town. I admit it. I drive and I bike also and walk. But I don't think we're going to fix it through this. And so I'm not going to support this. I'm sorry.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind council that at our last meeting that we approved $6 million for road resurfacing. So we're definitely supporting that. And I wanted to ask with the rest of my time, if Mr. Hess could, since questions have been raised around the accuracy of the for and against and the kind of other category, if you might be able to speak a little bit more how that was tallied and just how the streets were selected.
Yes, council members, this is Raymond Hess. So that quantification is self-identified. So when people filled out the survey, they were asked if they were in support of or make no changes or other. So staff did not categorize them, did not make any interpretation of those comments. We gave you all of the data, all of it in totality, so that way you could look at it. We didn't, try to put it into buckets. We didn't try to change any answers. You have all of the raw data before you. So when you see the 457 in support, that's how respondents identified themselves. When you see 393 in opposition, that's how respondents identified themselves. And then the 111 other, that's how respondents identified themselves.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I guess I'd just make one more remark. So we had a work session and we had a presentation from a Sam Swartz company. And they talked about the updated transportation plan and things they were doing for us. And I agree that we should be looking to that and our other longstanding plans for guidance with what we do to our infrastructure here in the city. But the thing that was most curious and kind of disturbing to me about that presentation last week was that the bulk of the presentation was telling us how they had engaged the community and so on, and how much community outreach was done and how much this and that. And that's very important. But there was zero overview of what we're actually going to be doing. Now, we're all supposed to have had read that, but it didn't help the public in that matter. And so there was no overview whatsoever of what this plan was going to do, what actionable things we were supposed to do, what order we were supposed to do them, and so on, given by that presenter. And so I would just like to ask somebody who's a fervent supporter of this program, where did they see that fitting in with, where do they see this fitting in with the presentation that we were given last week? If somebody wants to show me how this is an important the closing these streets, even though cars can go around them, because obviously people live there and they have to get their cars into their driveways and so on, how this jives with what we were given last week. I think I'd be interested in hearing. I think the public would be too.
Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to offer an amendment. I support the Packard and the Main projects. I do not support the neighborhood streets. So the amendment would be to strip out the neighborhood streets.
Mr. Crawford, are we able to determine, this is often we can roll with those fairly general statements, and this is not by way of censure to the council member. This being a budget amendment, we do need to get down to dollars in and dollars out. Is staff able to accommodate?
Staff provided some estimates earlier today, so we could do an amendment with those estimates, and I would refer to them as estimates.
Is that okay to refer to them as estimates in this amendment?
It is from my view. Ms. Bashan, do you have any concerns with that?
No, that would be fine.
What are those estimates? So, Councilmember Griswold, can you restate your amendment so as to?
I move that we remove the neighborhood streets component from amendment number 2.
I need dollars and cents. I don't get cents. I need estimated dollars.
I don't have that in front of me. Maybe Mr. Crawford does.
Mayor, is that possibly the last resolved clause?
I don't know.
That would be correct, Jackie.
The last resolved references the local street fund by $33,143.
Correct.
Griswold, is that adequate from your perspective?
That's adequate from my perspective.
I got a second from Councilmember Ramlawi. You have the floor, Councilmember Griswold.
At this point, I believe that we are ignoring data. Therefore, we are in conflict with Vision Zero and our new yet to be adopted transportation plan. I believe based on the CDC that there's no health reason to require outdoor social distancing. So there's no health reason for our children to be walking in the street when there is a sidewalk provided. I believe that indicating that children should walk in the street, giving them the sense of safety that they can walk in the street by this council far exceeds any negativity, any negative feelings that would be derived from a couple of inappropriate words used. We're not talking about words here. We're talking about significantly increasing the risk of someone dying and going against common sense by telling our children that they can walk in the street when there is one, if not two, sidewalks available for them. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs on the amendment to the amendment.
I guess I obviously won't be supporting this, but I would like to point out that $33,000 is not the appropriate amount. Staff has provided us with a cost estimate that the overall project would increase if we were to separate it out. And I believe the cost of separating it out for it was $50,000 overall if they were separate. I don't know what that turns out to be, but there are individual numbers for the other two projects. I am perhaps obviously Councilmember Griswold does not want to see folks using our streets who are not in cars. I completely disagree. Our streets are there for folks, our neighborhood streets are there for people who are walking and biking, and I certainly want to see my son and his friends out scootering and biking and walking and having fun. These are neighborhood streets. This is what I certainly want for our community and our neighborhoods, is that we have the types of neighborhoods where it is safe to go out and enjoy our neighborhoods. And I think that that's what our comprehensive transportation plan is leading us towards. And many of the reasons that we are having these neighborhood slow streets programs is to slow traffic down and let folks know that they're moving into a space where people are going to be using the space. And this is entirely in line with our transportation plan. Vision Zero is all about lowering speeds. So that's all.
Councilmember Rablawi, Iyer, Radina, Hayner, and Song on the amendment. Let me suggest that we've spoken about this particular amendment now probably for 20, 25 minutes. We have others to go. My suspicion is that folks understand how they're going to vote and that we choose to speak for durations with that in mind. Councilmember Rablawi.
Thank you. I do support this. The healthy streets, as we know, causes a lot of confusion, rerouting traffic, frustrated drivers, confused, disoriented. We're sending mixed signals. We're in some cases, I'm hearing that we're going to put humans out there to slow down traffic. I don't think that's the appropriate policy to take. There's very little likelihood of outdoor transmission. We should be basing our decisions on science. And by now we know the likelihood of outdoor transmission is minuscule. We have sidewalks on both of these, on a lot of these streets on both sides. We're increasing carbon emissions. We have a lot of unintended consequences and frustration. And there is no clear indication that these are supported overwhelmingly by the folks that live on these streets in these neighborhoods. So this is ideologically driven and not based in facts, not based in science, not based on support from residents who live on those streets. It's all ideologically driven. And so we shouldn't be sending our kids into the streets to play when we have 160 or so parks, we have sidewalks and many other areas to play. It's dangerous to be in the streets to be playing. Yes, we can use them for all different modes of transportation, but to play in the streets, I don't know is the right message to send.
Member Iyer.
Thank you. This is ideologically driven. It's progressive, and I'm all for it. So I'm going to just be real brief here and say, there's been a lot of talk about how all these streets have sidewalks. In my ward, there are some of these healthy streets requests that do not have sidewalks. So there are huge sidewalk gaps all throughout some of the neighborhoods in the Fourth Ward. Constituents are asking for this. Residents are asking for this. People with children, young children especially, throughout the pandemic, have understood why it's necessary. And frankly, this is a post-pandemic progressive policy. Progressive cities are adopting this going forward. They're recognizing the value of it. You know, I think there are a lot of things that we're learning from this pandemic, that lessons that we're going to take forward with us. And this is one of them, that slowing down traffic on our streets, reclaiming them as, you know, spaces for not just cars, but pedestrians and bicyclists and scooters and kids. These are good things. These are progressive ideas. And I'm all for the progressive ideology. So sign me up.
Councilmember Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I can be brief because Councilmember Breyer hit on a few of my points. I am going to oppose this largely because I am listening directly to my constituents. One of the neighborhoods that these slow streets are being proposed in has sidewalk gaps that still need to be filled, and it is dangerous for folks right now to be traversing through that neighborhood, knowing that there are gaps there. And I also just want to briefly respond to what I would characterize as a lot of hyperbole around using children in some way, putting them in the street to slow down traffic. I take exception to that. The cost associated with this is slowing down our streets in order to ensure that they are safe and accessible for all of our residents. And so our streets should already be safe. Our neighborhood streets should already be slow, and they should be accessible to all of our residents, regardless of their mode of transportation, whether or not they're walking or biking or roller skating or all of those things. And to suggest that we're using them to slow down traffic, somehow putting them in harm's way, the cost associated with this is to ensure that our streets are actually safe so that the people that they are designated for can use them. And so I will fully support this neighborhood slow streets program. I am responding to the request from my constituents who not only wanted it, but would like to see it permanent in some ways, because frankly, they are seeing way too much traffic flying through their neighborhoods, flying down their streets, and endangering themselves and their children.
Councilmember Keener.
I'm going to support this resolution because I don't believe that it's implemented properly. I don't think that some of the streets that are in here are really legitimate neighborhood streets. Yes, there are driveways and people who live on them, but to call Jewett a neighborhood street when it has a left-right turn, it's a dedicated turn lane off of Packard, it creates a cut through, yes, unfortunately through a neighborhood to South Industrial, but you know, until we rid ourselves of all the cars, South Industrial is a street that's full of you know, various service industry places, you know, plumbing outlets that builders supply things and so on that the trades use like crazy, and they want to get out to Packard, they want to get to Eisenhower and so on. And so Jewett is a bit of a quandary because yes, there are houses on it, but I would not call it a neighborhood street. And you know, the same might be said for Summit and Sunset in my ward where, you know, those streets are major east-west connections. And I know we're not totally blocking off traffic. I understand that. But again, I think that perhaps we should have come up with a better definition of what is a neighborhood street and done a better consideration of what might qualify as a street that is a very low traffic street versus a Jewett or a Summit or even a Sunset, which is a big important way for access from, you know, Newport, say, to our water plant to Main Street and so on. So I just think that this is not implemented properly, which is why I'm not going to support it.
Councilmember Song.
Just really quickly, there are sidewalk gaps in our community here in Ward 2, as well as I would encourage my colleagues to imagine children playing in streets like how children play in cul-de-sacs. So, and if you can afford to buy a home in a cul-de-sac, you enjoy having kids gather routinely, pandemic or not. So I don't imagine kids in the middle of Glacier Way frolicking. I hope you can imagine kids in, you know, getting together with nearby neighbors. So imagine cul-de-sac. Thank you.
Councilmember Grand.
Just piggybacking on what Councilmember Iyer said, I'll definitely own up to my ideology as saying that I want to end this idea that the right to cut through a street is more important than the safety of the people who live on it to move about it and their neighbors to do so. So so if that's ideologically driven, sign me up. And I understand science also. Thanks.
Further discussion of the amendment to the amendment?
Mayor,
Roll call vote.
Mayor,
Mr. Crawford?
as we are looking through the numbers, just for clarification, the numbers that were provided in the amendment relate to the resolution that was considered at your prior council meeting. You may recall that at the time we indicated there were some fixed costs that are hard to tease out. So in order to move this amendment forward, just to be clear, it would be appropriate to remove the last resolve clause related to local streets and insert the word estimate in front of 320,000 in the second to resolve clause. That would allow us the flexibility to receive those quotes and move forward.
That is, if you will, that is the effect of Councilmember Griswold's amendment.
It is.
So I guess it is a question is, it is a friendly amendment to the amendment. And well, I don't think we're allowed to amend to the amendment. I will just, because we are not ordinarily allowed to amend amendments, I'm looking for council's acquiescence to include the word estimate in front of 320 on the theory that that was Councilmember Griswold's intent. And that's a scrivener's error. Does anyone have any objection to that? Fair point. Mr. Crawford, thank you. Further discussion of the amendments to the amendment. That amendment to the amendment being the elimination of the final resolve clause and the introduction of the word estimated, rather an estimated in front of 320-830. Roll for that amendment to the amendment. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Radina.
Councilmember Radina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Motion fails.
For the discussion of the amendment. Councilmember Rumlawi.
Yeah, since we have staff here, there was questions on how much $400,000 would get us. Nick Hutchinson's here. I know you can't, I know every project's different. And I'm not sure of the exact term that we are using to describe how we go into our neighborhoods and replace the pavement as we have been by choosing one big section of our city and doing them in chunks as we recently have. But could you perhaps shed some light as to how much $400,000 would be in one of those programs that we are actively involved with?
Well, as you mentioned, it's going to, every project is different, and it's going to depend on the length of the blocks, the widths of the streets, things like that. But it's probably looking at, that's probably 3 or 4 blocks of a residential street.
And how many blocks are we usually doing in one of those projects at a time?
I couldn't say off the top of my head.
Okay. And I would like to ask, what if the data that was collected from last year, and I know it's an off year, so it's not really all that reliable as to what we should expect in the future with speeds and crashes. Where did we have that? I know I asked for times on emergency vehicles and counts, but do we have data as it relates to speed and crashes? I apologize if it's and I didn't see it. Raymond? I'm sorry.
Yes, Councilmember, there is the detailed report that we put together. I believe it was transmitted to Council in January related to the 2020 Healthy Streets deployment. And it did provide information on emergency response times to the extent we could get that information, as well as safety and crash data as well. That was focused on the arterial deployments. I will, bring to your attention that fact. But we did see, it's hard to know what is attributable what because travel patterns had changed so much during the pandemic, but we did not see an increase and actually saw a decrease in response times as well as crashes, but that may also be a function of the fact that there's less vehicles on the road. So it's hard to know what is cause and effect in some of that data.
Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold, I have you as already having spoken twice on the main amendment. Is that incorrect? Thank you. Further discussion of the amendment? I'm going to vote in favor of this tonight. I believe that it speaks for everyone, and that I have confidence in staff's, I have confidence in engineering staff's ability to move forward this program in a way that that balances the needs of all users and that does so in a manner consistent with public safety. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Redina.
Councilmember Redina?
Yes.
Councilmember Redina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Negative.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Further discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move amendment number 3. This is an amendment to, well, let me just
Is there a
move
second?
that first.
Seconded by Councilmember Ramlawi. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. This is an amendment. There's several on here, and I actually brought one that also used it as an offset, and so I won't even move that if this goes through. And I see, Mr. Mayor, that you brought one that is, I believe, almost identical, and so maybe this is going to lighten up our evening just to get this over with. So this is an amendment to remove the deer call funding, and it's no secret that I don't support the deer call. That I think it's a wrong solution. I think it's a solution looking for a problem, and I certainly appreciate the information that people have sent us and the comments and remarks that have been made on the various sides of this issue, both for and against it. But it's sort of a moral issue for me. I'm not going to support it. I'm not against hunting, or well, I am against hunting, but I work with folks who hunt and they do it in a certain way, and I respect that, and I also respect the indigenous peoples' willingness to do that and ability to do that and right to do that. But in this case, I just think it's not appropriate for our community. I don't like the idea of sending guns into parks, and I don't like the idea of killing our furry neighbors. So I'm not going to support this. Where I'd like the 120,000 could certainly be put to a good use sometime in the future. Hopefully for social services or something that's a little more important. So this strikes it fully from this fiscal year 22 general fund budget.
I am going to obviously at some point support the deer call removal from the budget, but I guess, Mr. Crawford, I would have a question as to the matter of mechanics and the interaction between these resolutions, this resolution, and the resolutions that speak specifically to removing the deer call, or rather seeking offsetting from deer call allocations. Am I correct that this could pass, in which case there would be a $120,000 gap, and then council could essentially amend the amendments as they are to go to general fund reserves rather than deer call offsets? Is that the proper path?
if I understand your question correctly, if this passed, you'd have 120,000 reduction in expenditures. And then if on another amendment, you had 120,000 assumed, you could either take it out or leave it in. It won't make any difference because you have already taken that action. And if you are then spending a portion of that 120, it would just go on through because that part is already valid. Does that answer your question?
I think what I hear you saying is that we can just roll on with the other amendments as they are.
Yes, but I'll be looking at those as we go through, and I'll point out.
You'll be keeping track of the numbers, but in terms of the procedure, they can go on unaffected and themselves unamended.
That's the way I see it.
And that's the way I see it. So I'll simply say this: I have, long not been a supporter of the deer call. I have thought since its inception that it saps people's sense of home when we're shooting things in the parks, and that's just inconsistent with too many members of our community's sense of self, sense of community, sense of where they are. And so I have voted against this in the past. I will support this resolution. Support this amendment, and I hope that it comes to pass. Councilmember Dish.
Thank you. So I have spent a great deal of time considering and researching this vote. And I know that whichever way I cast it, I will disappoint a number of valued constituents. So please know that I've listened to you. I acknowledge the trauma that many people experience as they envision culling going on in our woodlands. I agree that these woodlands are precious spiritual places and crucial ecological systems. They support biodiversity and pollinators, among many other things. And for that reason, I feel strongly about the need to protect and steward them. I've stated that I'm committed to making an evidence-based decision on this issue. And for me, that begins with this question: is deer browsing threatening the biodiversity, health, and sustainability of our woodlands? And what would I count as evidence of that threat? For 4 years, starting in 2016, the botanist Dr. Jacqueline Courteau has been making deer browse studies of various nature areas in Ann Arbor, some where deer management has occurred and some where it has not. She uses fenced exclosures to document the damage that deer browsing does to oak seedlings, various wildflowers, and trillium specifically. You can read those studies on the city's website. They demonstrate dramatically that deer browsing is harming the regeneration of red oaks in our forests and that of wildflowers and trillium. They also show clearly but modestly that deer browse damage has significantly declined at Bird Hills, Black Pond Woods, White Oak, and Nichols Arboretum as a result of deer management. As for trillium flowering in unfenced areas is beginning to keep pace with that in fenced areas. There's a similar but more modest trend for wildflower flowering in unfenced areas. So, and I just want to point out that deer-resistant plants, repellents, startle devices, this can keep deer out of a homeowner's yard, but it's impractical and ineffective in city nature areas. So I do not support this amendment, but it should go without saying, and unfortunately I'll have to say it anyway, that I believe reasonable, well-meaning people can disagree and vote differently on this issue. I know that people are worried about spending this money on this way in a time of scarcity, but consider that this funding request is less than half those of previous year's calls, and consider the effects of skipping another year given the rate at which deer reproduce. Thanks.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you, and thank you to Councilmember Dish for those eloquent statements. I agree with much of what she said, but I came to a different conclusion. I agree. The kind of first question is, is deer grazing threatening our natural areas? And clearly the data shows that it is, and that the deer cull has been having, if you're looking at our impact on natural areas, it's been having a beneficial impact, but it doesn't reach, when I'm looking at the data, the level of that warrants in sort of these tough financial times moving forward for me. What we're seeing is that reports say that despite declines, deer browse levels remain higher at all sites than the 15% threshold beyond which oak regeneration is likely to fail. That's also true for Trillium under the Oaks. And so although we're seeing that it's having a beneficial impact on these natural areas, we're not seeing regeneration in the way that we might hope after multiple years of a cull. I know that there are other reasons that folks also support the deer cull. Since I tend to talk to transportation a fair amount, I'll speak to vehicle crashes. We've seen increases and decreases in crashes. We monitor pedestrian and bicycle crashes. I tend to believe that the investments that we make in our infrastructure to slow traffic will also have a tangible impact on these crashes. So I'm not going to be supporting the cull in this budget cycle.
Councilmember Song.
I've spoken to community members, heard from a number of community members, have looked at the same reports that Councilmember Dish has looked at, and I keep coming back to what Councilmember Hayner had pointed out to, and that we're working with a structural deficit, and we are also hearing from social service agencies who are who are struggling with trying to figure out how to balance their budgets before the end of their own fiscal year. With COFU, with coordinated funding going by the wayside, even with a year's notice, we know groups they won't be able to. These are our housing nonprofits like Avalon, Washington Housing Alliance, who won't have 5 to 10% of their budget on hand. So as I will be voting in support of this, but am open to seeing what will happen in the next couple of years and the impacts that has. I'm open to hearing about this. I just feel like this is a time where we're talking about pandemic recovery, and if we can put our community first. I have an amendment coming up looking at taking the money and investing it in DEI work, where that will be part of looking at institutional work that really needs to be done in the city on behalf of people living here who can still stay to live here, states who can still live here. So I'm thinking people first, and then hopefully the damage won't be too great in the next 2 years. Thanks.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I was certainly ready and will be supporting the DEI resolution down the road, because I thought that it could take a small amount out of this and still maintain some to move forward in a way that will protect councils in the future of having to spend more money potentially to address this problem. So for the same reasons that I've supported the call in the past, often with a heavy heart and with some reservations, I will continue even if it fails, because I do believe that when we think about just what's good policy and what's both fiscally and to preserve our nature areas, and what's ultimately, in my view, the most humane solution as well to this problem, that keeping a small amount of money to do some maintenance, I think will save a lot of money down the road. So that's why I'll be voting no. Thanks.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, on amendment number 3, starting with Councilmember Radina.
Councilmember Radina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Motion carries.
Let's go with one more, and then we'll take a break.
Mayor, if I could,
Please.
So with that removed, we will track as you go forward and let you know if you hit the use of 120,000. At that point, there would need to be an adjustment to
the text of whatever amendment there comes thereafter.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Councilmember Keener.
Well, thanks. Just to be expedient, I'm going to strike 5 because it spoke to the deer call. I didn't really like the idea of a trade-off there, so 5 won't be moved forward. That's all. The other one's a little too long to go before a break that I'm bringing, so I'll let somebody else go.
Councilmember Omlawi.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to put forth amendment number 1 and also offer an amendment to that amendment.
All right, is there a second on the amendment? Councilmember Dish. Councilmember Omlawi, your amendment to the amendment?
I'd like to reduce the amount to $100,000 to allow for the $20,000 for the DEI resolution that is on this agenda as well.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Dish. Is that friendly to the body, reducing the 120 to 100? Friendly to the body. Councilmember Omlawi, you still have the floor.
Thank you. And I know there's another resolution being put forth by Councilmember Briggs when it comes to the center of the city. I was in support of the deer call. I had a suspicion that it probably wouldn't get total support of the body. Therefore, I had this amendment drafted in the event that we find ourselves in here right now, which is the deer call will not go forward. And there's $120,000. We could do a lot right now on this body. We can show the community how we're coming together and getting back past our differences and really solving a lot of things with one stone. We can get many birds with this stone. And that is, it could end the deer call for now, at least, supply money to the center of the city and help fund the DEI position that we're looking to fund as well, because that's only asking for 20 of the 120. I don't think we're going to be fixing our budget deficit with $100,000 or $120,000. I don't think, unfortunately, that's going to be the fix. This amendment will, I hope, would allow for what Councilmember Briggs would like to do with the Council of the Commons Committee and others to do what they wanted to do, and it is flexible enough to accommodate those needs and provide an additional $60,000.
Councilmember Briggs.
I appreciate what Councilmember Omlawi is trying to do. For me, it's having had just conversations with the folks, members of the Council of Commons, with Library Green Conservancy, in terms of help preparing the budget or the amendment that I anticipate moving forward later in the evening, with a change that would not have that funding coming from the single family zoning money at this point, but rather from the deer call funds. But I think there's a variety of different interests that we're trying to balance in the community, and I tried to craft that in terms of the resolution that I'm going to be putting forward later. I think that there's a desire to, we certainly need to move forward, but we should move forward in a very deliberate method. And the next step seems to be preparing a preliminary plan for and design for the center of the city. And that's what I think is important to really articulate in terms of what our next steps are. It's important to articulate exactly how that's going to be done and how that process is going to work and who's going to be engaged in that process. And it's also important in the way that this project has come to the community, that I think that from the start and in the early stages that we move forward with both public and private dollars to help support the next phase of work. And that is what my amendment would bring forward. And so, while I appreciate what you're trying to do, I think this is a little too broad for my taste.
Councilmember Omlawi.
the broadness, thank you. The broadness is to give the flexibility and apply the funds and the resources to the greatest extent possible, and leaving it up to the folks on the committee to decide that. My question is to our city administrator: would these funds, could they be applied for what is being proposed in the budget amendment being put forth by Councilmember Briggs? What could it encompass the work that's being asked for in that other resolution?
Could it fund a sustainability, a DEI position?
No. The to get professional services for the Council of the Commons.
Yes.
So that my amendment could encompass that work, and then allow us an additional $60,000 perhaps for some toiletries or sanitation stations or something else, or anything else that they can see fit. I think I would like to leave it to those folks who are working on that.
Grant. Councilmember, you're muted.
Yeah, thank you. Figured it out. I won't be supporting this amendment. I think it's not only overly broad, but if we are going to be making arguments about not spending small amounts of money for certain uses, I think it's critically important that any money that goes to this effort is in response to a specific ask from the group, and that they clearly show us what they're going to do with the money and explain why it's needed. We shouldn't just be handing out blank checks to a group without telling us why they need it. I think we hold our staff to that level of accountability in our budgeting, and I would expect the same for this type of effort. So I'll be voting no.
Further discussion of this amendment?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm going to support this because there needs to be some money gone over to this project. And I also would be supportive of Councilwoman Briggs' amendment. The one thing I know we're speaking to this, but I like this one better because it doesn't lock in the funding. And I think we know that is going to be a need for both the planning, which is duly recognized in Councilwoman Briggs' amendment, but also some kind of actionable dollars, you might say, as the Council of the Commons comes up with needs. They've been discussed in the task force and at the meetings and so on. And so I like this because it's a little more open. I think it would be fully appropriate to get monies over to them somehow. So I'll support this one. And if this doesn't pass, I will most likely support the other two. Thank you.
Member Adina.
Thank you. I'll be relatively brief here. I will not be supporting this amendment. I will likely support the amendment later on that is a smaller amount, simply because of some of the things we've heard articulated with previous amendments. As we are, as a city, are facing a large structural deficit, I think that every dollar does matter here. And so I think to Councilmember Grant's point, if we're going to be allocating money to this, I would like to know exactly what it's going to be going to. And so I'm not going to support an amendment that just kind of gives some unrestricted dollars to one of the commissions. I'd like to see that money be controlled by this body, and for us to be able to allocate that money in the future.
Councilmember Briggs.
I just wanted to maybe let folks know, obviously, around this virtual table and also in the community. It may be as the Council of Commons does work and we identify next steps. You may see me come back with a budget amendment at some point in the year, or maybe sometimes. But right now we don't have an articulated even short-term, mid-term, or long-term work articulated by the commission yet. And so that's the focus of our next committee. We're obviously working off the task force report. One of the very clear recommendations from that report is that a preliminary design is a step that should be taken. And so I feel comfortable saying that that is work that the committee should be working on, and it's going to be a priority that comes out of the group. But I think in terms of other needs, it's important that we stay consistent among commissions and in terms of how budgets work.
Councilor Raleigh, I have you having spoken twice in this matter. Am I incorrect?
You possibly are correct, probably correct. I just had a rebuttal, but I don't want to violate rules and become unbecoming, so I'll just not say anything.
Councilmember Song.
Councilmember Romali and I had a long and heated discussion, but I think we came to a certain understanding. I was very frank and said I wouldn't be supportive of this if we take a look at what we've done with other park initiatives, the skate park, for example, the all accessible playground at Gallup Park funded by Rotary Club. It wasn't seeded with general funds, but actually had private donors come forward with matching grants dedicated to actually coming up with the money beforehand, from everything from kids selling, working at bake sales, selling bricks at the skate park, Rotary members coming up with, personal matches. I would love to see that kind of enthusiasm, given that this was a mandate supported by thousands more voters than who were, supportive of the skate park. Philanthropy is a difficult thing, especially during a pandemic. So I wish them luck. I also want to again point to how the COFU and the impact on our social service programs, and how we don't even, I don't believe we even give 100K to as an individual grant to a particular nonprofit. So a nonprofit that provides direct services to our community members. Correct me wrong, someone on staff, if you can remember the average COFU grant, then please let me know. Thanks.
For my part, I will not be supporting this amendment, and I expect to support the more targeted amendment. Further discussion of the amendment? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Rodino.
Councilmember Radina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Rumlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Motion fails.
Let's take a short break. It's 9:19. Let's reconvene at 9:29. What?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move Amendment 6 to utilize some previously reduced Deer Call funding, reduce sustainability and innovations funding, and add a diversity, equity, and inclusion position.
Second by Councilmember Song. Councilmember Dina?
Mayor, we had a question about this amendment. If we could have staff respond to that.
Thank you.
Ms. Bashan, I believe, has a response. And I can prompt the question if you need it, Marty.
Yes, please.
The question was, the proposed DEI officer position adds 1 FTE. Please clarify to what extent will this added personnel cost increase the city's structural budget deficit?
In response to that question, it does not increase the general fund structural deficit, as offsets are identified for the funding, 50% of which come from other funds within the organization, including enterprise funds. And the 50% for the general fund share has been identified as reductions as itemized in the amendment.
Is that all, Mr. Crawford? Councilmember Udina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So while Ann Arbor as a whole is one of the most highly educated, healthy, and economically prosperous cities in Michigan, we know that communities of color have not always shared in the distribution of wealth, educational attainment, and job growth here in Ann Arbor. To name a few examples, our region is one of the worst in the nation in economic segregation and income inequality. We have dramatic disparities in life expectancy between white residents and residents of color, and there is a literacy gap between white residents and African-American residents, students, just to name a few. These can be directly attributed to systemic inequities in both policy and decision-making in our history. And if Ann Arbor residents value diversity, I believe that we must invest in equity. If we are truly committed to becoming a more equitable and anti-racist community, we need someone leading this effort day in and day out. And so I am moving this amendment because I believe that we need a dedicated staff person to help us develop and enact a plan to incorporate equity into our community services, into the programs that we offer, into our hiring practices and service delivery models, and our interaction with public and community partners. I also want to make sure that I thank our staff who have worked with us on this. There were several conversations to make sure that we were moving to the right place, and I want to thank Administrator Crawford for kind of rethinking his staffing model for the upcoming year, because this was a position that wasn't initially budgeted for, and making sure that he was thinking about how it was going to be incorporated into the work that our city is already doing, and the staff that are already incorporating this work into their everyday functions. And I also want to thank particularly our Office of Sustainability and Innovation staff, because this was so important to them that they actually offered money. They identified money and offered it forward to help offset some of this cost, because they felt that it was so important to their work. And so I hope that this will have the support of the group, and I thank Councilmember Song and Mayor Taylor for working on this with me as well.
Councilmember Song.
I love this. It's like the Oscars. We're thanking each other for this. I've been spending some time taking a look at what this role looks like in other municipalities. There are DEI officers in Minneapolis, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, Jackson. I want to do a shout out to Westerville, Ohio, a population of 40,000, and how they have a job description up for their DEI director. So for folks who are unfamiliar with this and how it differs from internal HR work, diversity, equity, and inclusion for Westerville, Ohio looks like a way to promote an environment of gender, generational, racial, religious, and ethnic diversity to position them as a leading community of inclusion in Central Ohio. So I think we can meet that challenge, Central Ohio. I would like to think that we can, and Westerville continues to say that this work broadens the talents, skills, and abilities among their workforce, including thoughtful analysis on internal policies, along with building alliances with external organizations confronting racism. So we've got the bones of this work already here at the county level with their equity office, which is why we have county commissioners writing in support and offering their own expertise and what they've learned in the past 3 years since they've created this office. We've got folks who've been writing in. The director of the U of M Ginsburg Center wrote in support of this work, this role. And I'm hoping that we can take a look at this and vote for it unanimously, as other municipalities have, and approach it as an investment towards ongoing active community collaborations. It'll inform pandemic recovery and strengthen our city's relationships with community members in a committed way beyond observing holidays. And you'll note that a lot of this DEI work is coming out on the heels of cities grappling with issues related to policing and housing. So this is outward facing, this is long-term, and it's institutional. So I hope for your support. Thanks.
Councilmember Griswold.
I definitely support the goals. I'm wondering if this is enough money to actually hire someone who is going to stay with the city and be able to do the work that is needed. And I'd like to hear from Mr. Crawford on this.
Sure. As we thought about this position and talked with staff about it and the council members who want to discuss it, you know, the level of hire that you can get can vary a great deal, whether it is someone just new in the business, some experience, executive experience. And we thought that to hit the mark here, we're likely shooting for someone who is experienced, who can be that the person that walks in the room is recognized as the city's equity officer or person, and yet not be on the route to an executive position at a higher pay, maybe as a next move. That's where we were thinking this position would be.
Oh, okay. I guess with that said, I'm going to support this, but I would also support a budget amendment during the year if it turns out that this is not an adequate sum to get the job done. So thank you.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you, and thank you to the sponsors for bringing us to the floor and staff and working on it. Obviously, as I said earlier, those are the folks that help us tremendously to accept our Oscars. I will ask whether 146,000 would be enough. Again, what are we going to get? How do we establish that? How do we determine that? Since this is an emerging field, how do we get to that number? How do we know that that's what it's going to take to fill this? And then will we be looking at other sources of funding in the years following this? From what I understand, a lot of these are funded through grants and other opportunities. And would be perhaps like, again, the American Rescue Plan. We have tremendous amounts of money coming to all our local municipalities that hopefully we can have some synergy on some policies and some issues. But I guess there's a lot there. But first off is, how do we get to 146?
Well, we'll have to see what the market gives us, right? So we made an estimate, and we'll have to go to where the talent and the market goes. And if we have to make adjustments from there, we will. We have not, as a structural change to the organization, we might pursue grants for, kind of offset temporarily, but that would not be something that we would want to do. Well, we don't think it's feasible long-term. So we do need to plan to have this permanently as a recurring cost. So American Rescue Funds or grants or something that would be, a temporary option, but we felt like we should structurally get it in now.
Was the deer call, and I apologize, was that, it came out, was it supposed to be a temporal program, is gone in now into its sixth year, or was going to. Did we have deer fund in year 25, 26, 30, whatever? We're talking about structural, changing something structural here with this position. Did we have deer funds stretching out that far into our budget?
It was a recurring expenditures.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to echo thanks to staff and Mr. Crawford for his engagement with Councilmember Song, Regina, and myself on this matter. The hiring of a municipal diversity, equity, inclusion officer, I think, is an incredible step forward. Insufficient in the end, but necessary. Insufficient in total, of course, and not an end in and of itself, but a necessary condition for us to move forward. A necessary condition for us to move forward with speed as an organization, for us to move forward with speed as a community. We as a municipal organization have a very important role to play in promoting equity throughout the community, and we need a champion, internal and external, to do it. And I'm just delighted that this is going to be moving forward, because this effort is fundamental to community values and what we want to be as an organization in the community. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Approved. Further discussion of the main motion is amended. Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I would like to offer amendment number 7. I don't know if I would do. Thank you.
Second by Councilmember Hayner. Councilmember Briggs.
Yes. So.
Good, Mayor, Councilmember Briggs. There was a question that came in on this item. Would you like me to have that responded to now?
Let's roll that, please. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Delacorte is here.
Good evening. It's nice to see everybody. The question was if the $100,000 amount identified for the community conversation on single family zoning was reduced by 40%, what impact that would have on the process. I think the easiest way to put that, other than just say 40%, would be to say it would be a much less in-person program. I think we would be limited to a lot more social media and website type work, as opposed to in-person communication with the residents. And I think we don't have a detailed program put together for this yet. It was based on some other community engagement work we've done around the city. So we had an estimate that of what it would take to get out and have some conversations with the community. It would also limit our ability to bring in outside experts, to bring in professionals, depending on where the conversation goes in the community. We expect this conversation could go differently and in different directions depending on what area of the city and what neighborhoods we're in, which may lead us to need the assistance of some outside personnel or professionals to come in and help direct that conversation. But I think, in short, that's probably the best answer I have at this point.
Thank you. Councilmember Briggs, you have the floor.
Thanks. Certainly, my intent in terms of doing this was never to have a significant impact on the single family zoning conversation. And since we now have additional identified funding that we could use from the general fund reserves, since we have are no longer doing the deer call, I would like to, I don't know if it would be friendly. I'm not quite sure how the process of this. Is it friendly to the body if I
offer the amendment that will be seconded, and then we'll see whether it's friendly.
Okay, so instead of reducing the one-time funding for single-family zoning in fiscal year 22 budget by $40,000, it would be, I guess, utilizing general fund reserves in the amount of $40,000. That would be the replacement language.
Proper nomenclature.
Yes.
Thank you. Seconded by Councilmember Adina. Is that friendly to the body? Anybody have any objection to that? Please raise your hand. Councilmember Hayner, are you objecting to that?
Well, I'm not objecting to it, but will the result be that if this amendment moves forward, then it'll be my understanding that the 100,000 will stay in the budget for the single family zoning conversation?
That's
We're going to
correct.
take this money from elsewhere? Okay.
Is that friendly to the body?
Mayor, can you clarify what we're
Thank you very
changing?
much. The amendment, the amendment affects a transfer as written from, if you will, the single-family zoning project, single-family zoning community engagement project to center of the city in the manner described. The from is now altered. The from is now general fund reserves, AKA 120,000, from that, the pool left open by the deer calls reduction. So now the single family zoning community engagement project is not touched by this amendment, and instead 40,000 of the 120,000 is allocated for the purposes articulated. Councilmember Briggs, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Beaudry, is that understandable?
Yes, you're striking, reducing the one-time funding for single-family zoning in the fiscal year 22 budget by 40,000.
Correct.
And replacing it with utilizing general fund reserves.
Thank you.
Way better than what I said, so thank you. Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, thank you. I think I spoke to this fair amount when we were discussing amendment number 1, so I don't want to repeat that too much. The point of this is to the $40,000 would be used, allocated for creating a conceptual preliminary fiscal plan for the center of the block. That's a recommendation from the task force report. Staff would lead that process. It's anticipated that would also utilize matching funds, private and perhaps philanthropic sources to complement this effort.
Councilmember Griswold.
I would like to be listed as a co-sponsor if that is possible. If that's something that's done with budget amendments, given that I was previously quoted in MLive as supporting this concept, so I just didn't want to create any confusion.
Member Hayner.
Well, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm going to support this money going over to the center of the city. I think that I would like to see it be considered when if we do hire professional staff or engineering staff or whatever, the third party to do this work. I think I would make the assumption here that it goes through a bid process like anything else would for a city vendor, qualifying bidders and so on. And I think think that needs to be said. I assume that anything really we have kind of a strange situation here where we have city business and not city business, because of the Commons effort. But so hopefully that goes without saying that it'll go through the bid process. And secondly, I think it's appropriate to take this money from the general fund. And this was even more than I was going to provide for this service. I'm having some, I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's me or what. So sorry about that. I appreciate Councilwoman Briggs bringing this forward. And, I know it's an odd thing, but I wouldn't mind sponsoring it as well. So if you could add me as a sponsor, I'll support this. And then hopefully this will give us the matching money or the impetus that we need to, get some more fundraising going so that if they come up and they say, hey, stage 1 is, some picnic tables or whatever, we go out there, we're able to get some picnic tables. We got some money there. So, that's the thing was we really just want to get this space to become more of a public space and a gathering space. And so, if this moves in that direction, then I'm all for it. So thank you.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Briggs bringing this forward. Obviously, I had hoped to see more money being applied towards this so that we could have some of those other improvements that my colleague just spoke on. And it wasn't just limited to this. I will push back on the assertions that my resolution wasn't prescribed well enough. It allowed the Council of the Commons, the people that have been in the workings of everything, to come back to council and recommend what they would do with that money. So we weren't just writing a blank check. I think we should give these folks who serve our city a little bit more credit. And they were going to be able to come back and offer their suggestions on where that money should go. And we're just talking about $60,000. And I guarantee you, the next 52 weeks, we're going to find plenty of ways to blow $60,000 on things. So I'll just remember these comments being made here tonight about the structural deficit and the sensitivity when it comes to spending our dollars, which I will respect, but I hope that we're consistent with that line of thinking. Again, I appreciate this. We already heard from the sponsor that most likely they'll be coming back for more money for other things. And, you know, I would like to give our folks a little bit of breathing room and space to work under, and that will include some cash to do the things that we are setting out to do. And simply, I didn't have enough time to state that earlier, and I would like to just state it now that I hope that, you know, we can follow up this with additional funding that may need to be required in order to execute and get a workable finished product to at least a certain stage. But this is, if this passes, this is a milestone. This is a breakthrough. We've heard many members say that they would never support $1 from the general fund to go towards this. And if this happens tonight, that will be, that'll be good enough, and I much appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I really do appreciate Councilmember Briggs' efforts towards this. I've had conversations with her. We've gone back and forth. Ultimately, and I think she'll understand why, I will never support $1 from the general fund to support this until there's money that's raised privately. This, and so I really do appreciate those efforts. I can't, in good conscience, having lived through this and continuing to see, asking for funds without coming forward with raising of private dollars, support any money from the general city, from the general fund. And it has nothing to do with structural deficits. It really is that philosophically, I think we've had other groups that have, like the skate park, as Councilmember Song said, that have showed us the way forward about if we want something that's in addition to what we have. I'm trying. It's really hard not to be inflammatory about this, knowing the history of it. But so I guess I'll just end there, and that I really do appreciate what Councilmember Briggs is trying to do here. But I just can't in good conscience support him.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yes, I have a clarifying question. I thought the $40,000 was selected because that's the amount that's been raised privately to date. Is that correct? I don't know. Councilmember Briggs, maybe since you're on the committee.
Mayor Taylor, is that okay if I respond to that?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. So yes, that was actually why that number was selected, because that was the amount of funds that were raised by the Library Green Conservancy. I don't want to speak for another nonprofit in the community in terms of how much they would allocate towards this effort. I would say that $40,000, based on the estimates that I have received from staff, is not likely to be enough to fund the preliminary design work. And so my estimate that I'm running with right now is around $70,000. So I would anticipate that would require significant private matching funds to be able to move this endeavor forward.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Briggs, you were on the queue prior to that.
I was actually just going to state exactly what Councilmember Griswold asked me, so.
Fair point. Councilmember Nelson.
Sorry, it took me a while to unmute. I want to thank Councilmember Briggs for clarifying that factual information. I just had a clarifying question, like almost just blurted out earlier. In terms of the friendly amendment that we made, where we're at in the Deer Call money that's left, we still have the 20,000 that went to the DEI position, right? I just wanted to make sure we understood that, because it's not 40 from the 120, it's actually 40 from the 100 remaining. Okay, that's all.
Thank you for the correction.
Thanks.
Did everybody track that? Bottom line is, when I said 40 from the 120, that was a mistake. It was 40 from the 100. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? I'm sorry. Let's roll. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Adina.
Councilmember Adina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowy?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Oh, no.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Motion carries.
Further discussion, the main motion as amended. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm flipping over here to my screen that I can actually read, so bear with me. I want to move an amendment, and it is, it's kind of out of, it's amendment number 4, and I just want to move amendment number 4.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Ramlawi. Councilmember Hayner, you have the floor.
Thank you, and thank you for the second. So I just want to clear up what this is all about. So when I started, there's several ways to balance a budget, or to reduce a budget, or to heal a structural deficit. One is to raise revenue, of course. The other is to cut funding. I wholly support the work that the OSI is doing, that they're doing on our 820 plan. And I know we've had a lot of success, first with volunteers, some of whom became hires, which I think is awesome. And what a great way to find out if somebody's a good fit for the system. And so I've been kind of excited about that. And I actually was one of the, for good or ill, I was one of the people who supported moving it forward, making it more aggressive in 2025 instead of 2030. And especially because we weren't sure if the university was going to be on board and so on. And so, that made it even that much more of a challenge. And so the notion that OSI had to come up with a fully formed and mature department in just a handful of years is a struggle, because there's a group that generates zero revenue outside of, grants and other funding. And I think that those grants are going to be increased under the current federal administration. That's our hope. I'm sure that Dr. Stultz would agree that there are more opportunities for that coming up. Be that as it may, all that was before COVID and before the deficits that we are showing. And so basically what this resolution is doing is asking Dr. Stultz to only add 2 of the 4 people that she wants this year, in an attempt to slow down for just one fiscal year the structural deficit that is growing with our city. And so I know that's a challenge, that will be a challenge for her, but without tying it to anything else, I straight was going to try and cut some labor costs at the city here. And so I appreciate the folks for helping me put it together. And it is what it is. It's the only department that's really asking to add a substantial amount of staff. We look at our staff trends, which is one of my budget questions. They're going up again, and it is going up in conjunction with our structural deficit. And so I know it's a tough ask, but I'm asking us to ask Dr. Stoltz to only hire half as many people as she wanted to this year. That's the essence of it.
Councilmember Omalawi.
Thank you. Is Dr. Stoltz available for questions?
I'm actually, I was just looking for Jackie. We're having the reboot thing going through. It takes 3 minutes.
You can go on to somebody else, Mayor, and come back to me if you'd like, just to move things along.
Councilmember Iyer.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. I don't think we can afford to slow down on our A20 goals, on the A20 plan. It's incredibly important work, council. Many of the members, or certainly some of the members sitting here tonight, voted to move up the timeline, in fact, from what Dr. Stoltz initially proposed, 2035 to 2030. So I think it's really inappropriate to then be asking her to bear, the cut here in terms of trying to accomplish the goals that council has set forth for her and her office. There's been a lot of talk about structural deficit tonight. I've made this point before. I'm going to make it again. The best way we can avoid having an ongoing structural deficit in our city is to approve and allow responsible development. Projects like the Valhalla project that'll be coming up in the 4th Ward will bring in a lot of new tax dollars. And that allows us to continue pursuing our progressive goals as a city, while we, also maintain all of our other services and not have to cut services for people or raise taxes. So again, I won't be supporting this.
Councilmember Dish.
I will not be supporting this amendment either. And I just wanted to say that what the FTEs that are being requested would do is, number one, there will be a new team member to support beneficial electrification. And what that means is not just energy efficiency, but actually swapping out things like gas-powered stoves, water heaters, HVAC for electricity-powered ones. There is tremendous interest in Ann Arbor in heat pump technology. There was a meeting last week that was attended by, hundreds of people. And what we need, the market is actually lagging behind here. And so we do need to put people power into moving this work forward. And as energetic as Dr. Stoltz is, she cannot do all of this herself. The other thing that the position that would be cut would be doing is supporting cross-departmental collaboration within the city, which is incredibly important for a number of the strategies of A20. And it's a little bit at odds with our usual ways of working. And again, this sort of coordination and sharing information can be done by one person zipping around to different groups, which is what is happening now, or it can be done by a dedicated person who is a floating person. And so our strategies like strategy 4, which is transportation, and strategy 5, which is solid waste, desperately needs this kind of coordination. So I strongly support this spending. I think that if we are going to meet these goals by 2030, we need to invest in them. And so that's where I am.
Member Kainer.
Thanks. I just, I'm just going to speak to my ward, but we just had a thing where we basically waived property tax revenue from a large development on the south side over there on Ellsworth in Ward 3 in exchange for a benefit. We're not going to see a penny of property taxes from Lower Town for another 9 years, I think it is, because it's a brownfield. Same for the Mishcon development or Broadway Village, whatever. We're not going to build our way out of the structural deficit is what I'm saying. And to suggest that we are is really not not where it's at. I mean, we're just not. A large percentage of our redevelopment here is brownfield. And if we're going to forego taxes, delay or defer taxes on these brownfield properties. And so, you know, if we're not going to see taxable value coming in for 5 years, 8 years, 13 years, whatever, it's not going to help us. And so, you know, with all due respect to Dr. Stalt, so I look at the budget differently than some people do. I think Mr. Crawford would maybe agree with that. And, you know, no offense to the department. I was just looking for ways to cut some money. So that's all it is. And I'm sure clearly that it's, you know, it hasn't found favor with this group, but I'm not surprised by that. And, you know, let's go ahead and go to a vote then.
Councilmember Radina.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Very briefly, I'm very sympathetic to the reason for bringing this forward. I actually have a similar amendment later in the budget that would eliminate an FTE for similar reasons. But given the urgency with which this body has indicated that we want Dr. Stoltz to accomplish her goals, I don't think that this is an area that we can afford to make cuts in. So I will not be supporting it. I'm incredibly impressed with all of the hard work that they do already with the staff that they have, and to be able to invest more money toward that at this time, I think is important if we are about accomplishing the goals that we've set for our city and for this office. But for the remainder of my time, now that Dr. Stoltz is with us, I don't know if she wants to speak a little bit to what the importance of these positions or anything like that. I'm happy to yield to her.
I'm happy to respond to that for sure. And Councilmember Hayner, thank you so much, you know, for the honesty, and we're trying to balance the budget. So completely appreciate that perspective. In terms of what we were looking at for the staffing, our beneficial electrification work is growing fast and furiously as we're trying to figure out how we decarbonize homes and businesses. And it's just an area that we have started to experiment in, and it is consuming incredible energy and time, no pun intended, and a lot of time broadly. And so we need dedicated staff to really drive that work forward intentionally and to hit the goals that we have around that. So that's one very main lift of one of the positions. The other one is more of a generalist in the office that can help with the coordination, as we heard previously in a council response. We sort of articulated this a little bit too. It's someone that can help us do a lot of the coordinating work that's necessary that often I actually do. So I'm hoping to free up some of the time in my plate and a few other team members' plates so they can go deeper, further, and faster at some of the initiatives that we have laid out. So that was the intent as we did the modeling and the work planning for the team members. Thank you.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Yeah, that was sort of the question that I had for Dr. Stolzen. Thanks for joining us tonight. Was what would the effects be with cutting these two positions from your programming? I don't know if you want to expand on any of that you just said, but I do appreciate you trying to find the comparative advantages and delegating responsibility so that you could accomplish more and get to a goal sooner. But I understand first you got to do the work to understand how it's done before you can delegate it and find out what needs to be done and et cetera, and how to train it and find the pitfalls and such. So I know after a period of time, just as our city prosecutor has done with this diversion program, the program's gotten too big, and you got to find some other people to take over and do some of this work. I guess that's all we have. You came and you answered Councilmember Adina, who had the same question as I did. So I appreciate it. Unless you want to expand on it, then I have some more comments to make.
Yeah. The only thing I might expand on is to say the work that we're looking at running at is something our community is asking for. And so I don't think that if you had asked me a year ago, as we were coming out, just with A20, that I would have told you we were ready for beneficial electrification work at the scale that we are. But we're hearing about it from the Planning Commission. We did have a workshop last week on heat pumps. I mean, heat pumps, right? Like really attractive topic that drew over 215 individual households to talk about this. And so we're starting to see movement and interest, which is really exciting for the goal that we have established, but unexpected in terms of the volume of interest. And that's part of what we're trying to balance in this, is how fast we're able to run and kind of keep up with our community. And I'm not even sure that we're keeping up with them. So I'm not sure how helpful that is, but just to kind of
well, that's a good problem, as they say.
Yeah, sure. We'll take it.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thanks. I just wanted to circle back to the question about new development keeping us from a structural budget deficit. This actually was a question that came up last year during the budget cycle. And the question was, can we approximate the dollar amount of general fund revenue we have as a part of our fiscal year 21 projections attributable to the last 10 years from construction growth? And the response was that new construction added $1.054 billion in taxable value to the City of Ann Arbor General Fund over the last 10 years. So for the 10 years of new construction, using the millage rate generated $10.26 million in fiscal year 21 revenue. So yeah, we're keeping our head above water because of new construction. So I just want to make sure that that doesn't get lost in the rhetoric here.
Councilmember Omlani.
This public debate is not rhetoric. To diminish our statements as often as Councilmember Iyer does is just in conflict with the new rules and ethics and norms that we're supposed to be following.
Point of order.
I could have said that to you earlier. I could say that to you almost every time you speak, because you don't speak to the issues. You just
Councilmember, what is the point of order?
We are veering off topic once again.
You drive the bus
into personal issues.
So on the new construction, I will just say that it's akin to a Ponzi scheme. We're going to run out of things to redevelop. We are constrained by this highway donut. Eventually, where are you going to build, right? So I'm not sure if that's the best way to get out of a structural deficit. And furthermore, people who move into our community will need services as well. We need to improve our infrastructure. They need public safety, fire, police, trash. It's not just, we're going to take all these money and goes down to our bottom line. It costs money to service our constituents and to have residents join us. It's not 100% all to the bottom line. So I will push back on this idea of new construction as a way to fund ourselves out of our structural deficit. I will say eventually we're not going to be having to make these supplemental payments to our health care and our pension fund. And once we get to that point, we're going to have a lot more money to play with. I don't know when that'll ever be. And I know that when it comes to the health care, I think we're looking at another 6 or 8 years. But after that, then we can start having some breathing room. And I think we need to, be cognizant of that fact, that is where most of our structural deficit stems from, is our unfunded liabilities. And once we make whole on those issues, we're going to have a whole lot of money to play with.
Brand.
I'd just like to try to end this conversation by thanking Dr. Stoltz. I was talking to my ward colleague today and thinking often in the organization, I feel like everyone wears like a WWMD, like what would Missy do in this situation, because she is such a strong leader and innovator and comes to us with really clear language and understanding and ties it to a plan in terms of what the staff is getting us and how it ties to the 820 plan, and with an understanding of really keeping a pulse in our community and how changing circumstances may need us to adapt, but it still is all tying back to that plan. I'm sorry that we even had to have this conversation. I wish if it were my choice, we would do literally nothing but praise you all the time. So thank you. And I'm looking forward to voting this down so you can do your work.
Further discussion? I too do. I oppose cutting funds from the Office of Sustainability. The cities and communities swift and accelerating progress on the community's 820 plan is incredibly important. Taking decisive action with respect to Decarbonization is a moral imperative, and that's what we need to do as a community, and we don't do it with fewer people. So I am going to vote against this amendment and, echo the praise for the Office of OSI and Dr. Stoltz. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Udina.
Councilmember Udina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Romlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion is amended. Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I'd like to move Amendment 9. This is another companion, this one before out of legal. Unfortunately, well, for not as joyous of an occasion as being able to celebrate the service of Mr. Postema as he moves on to retirement, but for substantial litigation that the city is facing and the need for some funding for expert witnesses. It doesn't come out of the general fund, but it does come out of the 3 funds which this lawsuit is targeting.
It's expert witnesses and legal fees, yes.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Briggs. Councilmember Romlawi.
Thank you. Could you help us understand what percentage is going to go to the experts, the witness, the expert witnesses? What type of expert witnesses? How much of this will be going to that, and how much of it will be going to attorney fees?
I don't know right now. It would depend on sort of what happens over the next year. We've given you an initial litigation summary of this case, extensive in January, and so as far as the specific allocations, I can't.
I apologize for cutting in, but we are reduced on time. Can't this come back as a budget amendment once we have specifics rather than giving a blank check?
Well,
we've made many budget amendments mid-year on this issue when we have specifics. There's nothing specific given here, and you're asking for, $200,000. Well, specific in terms of, how much it goes, what type of witness, and what fees, and who does that go to? What type of attorneys?
Council member, you could certainly do that, but the preference is to put things in the budget, and so that is what we're doing here. At least we know that there will be a start. Further discussion of this and what the allocation of could certainly be done in closed session, and it could be done before the next amendment on any contracts. But this is just a prudent move at this point. If we don't need it, we don't need it.
Councilmember Hayner.
I think that Mr. Postma got close to my concerns about this, that we can't have a frank conversation about our legal strategies around this topic for obvious reasons. And so it makes it a challenge to decide if this is appropriate or not. A budget is a budget. It sits in there. If it doesn't get spent, it doesn't get spent. It likely will get spent, which is unfortunate. So I know we all have different feelings on how to move forward with the various things that come before us as a body and a city.
Council,
I'm not going to support this.
You've been advised about litigation and litigation costs extensively in this case.
Sure.
Well, the answer is not sure. Yes, you have.
Yes, we have, and I'm not going to support this.
Okay.
Councilmember Udina.
Thank you. I don't necessarily see this as a blank check. I think it's relatively clear here where the money would be going to, and I also just, I guess, want to. I don't as a council member expect that I will be determining the legal strategy on each case moving forward. That's what we hire our attorneys to do and place our trust in our attorneys. And so, so on this, I mean, we're hearing from our attorney that we need funding for potential funding for expert witnesses and for moving forward in this case. And so I'm going to trust that advice of our attorney, and I'll support this. And as he said, if they don't end up needing this full amount of money, then that will ultimately be money returned back to the budget. So,
Councilmember Omalawi.
Yeah, I don't have as big of a problem with this because it is coming from the enterprise funds. These are not taxpayer dollars. These are monies generated from the enterprise funds. We are under a class action lawsuit, and we haven't had an update on that recently. I feel that we should be probably better informed before approving this. I understand the importance. It's in no way to diminish our work that is being done in addressing the Gelman plume, but all three funds right now have been identified in a class action lawsuit. And so I think we should be probably a little bit more careful as to how those monies are spent, and probably have a closed session meeting to discuss this and a better prescription before I feel comfortable in voting for it. I'm not here debating legal strategy. It's not what my hesitation and ultimately failure that I have on supporting this right now.
Councilmember, I'd suggest that, certainly we can do that. We update you regularly. We're happy to do that. And certainly before any contract amendment that would be appropriate. But right now we're just amending the budget. And so the budget's tonight. So that's my advice.
Further discussion? I'm going to support the amendment. I have a great deal of confidence in our legal team up and down the line, including the folks that they choose to hire to help us in connection with this suit. I think it's proper that we give them the ability to do it. Give them the ability to do it includes, in my view, funding it on the upfront. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Radina.
Councilmember Radina?
yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Omlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Further discussion, the main motion is amended. Councilmember Briggs.
I'd like to move Amendment 8.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Dish. Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, so this amendment is really about reallocating the 20% that we use on pedestrian safety from the county mental health rebate that we receive. It maintains the $135,000 for uncontrolled crosswalk lighting needs, and it maintains funding for existing streetlight replacements, but at a lower, a reduced level of $100,000 rather than the $200,000+. And it reduces the amount that was spent, that was allocated for pedestrian safety education to $15,000, which I've checked with the communications firm to make sure we could still do meaningful work for that amount, and was told that we could. And what it adds in addition is $100,000 for traffic calming on major streets analysis, which is something that was in our CIP and approved by Planning Commission. It was also identified within the comprehensive transportation plan. The draft plan is something that we should be working on in year one. It also has $150,000 for curb extensions and centerline hardening, slow turn wedge treatments, which are really about improving pedestrian safety at intersections, which is something that we have identified as as work that we need to be doing in year one. So this is really just about, I think staff is that we're not falling behind in year one, that we're not spending money to create beautiful plans that we don't implement.
Further discussion? Councilmember Griswold.
I see the curb extensions and center line hardening as part of the quick build, and I would support them there. Given that we had a 10-year moratorium on street lights up until 2016, and the fact that we still have many crosswalks with no illumination, and I've asked that question of staff, and they've given me very creative answers that have to do with the CIP and positive contrast lighting, but I still do not have the answer. How many crosswalks do we have with no illumination? And the reason that that's very, very important is we had, in the last 5 years, we had one death and one very serious injury crash. And maybe there were more, I don't know. But there are 3 crosswalks on Earhart Road, just north of Getty's. One of them is a elementary school crosswalk, no illumination. Another one is between the sports fields for Concordia College, and it's really confusing because Concordia College paid to have the crosswalk put in, but we didn't request that they put lighting. So what Concordia has done is they put little pedestrian stop signs so that the pedestrians stop for the cars at that crosswalk, which simply leads to more confusion. So I am all for spending more on pedestrian safety. I cannot remove any of the funding for street lights. In fact, I was trying to get an understanding of what the crosswalks, the number that did not have lighting right now, illumination, so I could have a budget amendment regarding that. However, staff, for some reason, was not able to give me that information.
Councilmember Omali.
Thank you. I have a problem with this one for many different reasons. I feel like we're circumventing our executive staff. We're circumventing what was put forward by our city administrator in listing our priorities and putting them in ways that they see fit and they think it works best. I understand there's a lot of times, there's a lot of things in the CIP that just don't get done. I mean, that's why we look at it year by year. Yeah, we have a 5-year plan, but that changes constantly based on our revolving needs and resources. So to say that it's in the CIP, that means that it's as good as gold is not necessarily how it works. And I feel that we are taken away from other priorities in order to fund these other ones that, a few council members have a big personal interest in, and I respect that. But I feel like it's really jumping the line. And we did have a 10-year moratorium on the streetlights. I would like to ask staff, where are we in catching up with that backlog that's now being proposed to have its funding slashed?
Craig, is that something you can respond to?
You can always come back to it. I know there's a couple of council members and we're running late, so.
No, sorry, I was getting myself off of mute.
Thank you, Mr. Hupy.
Yes, Raymond, are you able to say where we are where we were expecting the 200,000 annually upward to catch up on our streetlights and where we're at that?
So Raymond Hess, good evening again. Let me make a quick distinction. Typically, when we focus on crosswalk lighting, we're typically focused on major uncontrolled crosswalks. So the number I'm about to provide is specific to that. The reason why I make that distinction is this does not include neighborhood crosswalks, things like that. So based on our inventory, we have 123 major uncontrolled crosswalks which do not have positive contrast lighting. And that's an important distinction too, because there may be lighting at some, but it may not be positive contrast, which is our current standard. So those are the ones that we're aware of. Now, I will also mention that more crosswalks come online, and we do have a practice that anytime we touch a crosswalk, we upgrade that lighting as well. So if a new crosswalk comes on, then that will get lighting as well. So sometimes that number kind of increases over time, or at least the total number of lighting needs increases over time. In terms of how much we estimate for crosswalk lighting, it really runs a pretty wide range of dollar figures. If we're using a ballpark figure, we use about $8,000 per streetlight. And that's based on estimates from DTE, which range anywhere from about $2,000 to, we've gotten some estimates of upwards of $16,000. So it's very dependent upon how readily available electricity is, and a whole bunch of other factors, if there are tree trims that are required, if any other existing infrastructure needs to be moved. So it's hard to really kind of come up with a very exact number, because that number fluctuates based on the circumstances of the actual installation. But if you want a round number, you could do 8,000. So whatever, budget number you're trying to back into, just use 8,000 as the denominator.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. I just wanted to, I agree when you read through this and you think, well, streetlight replacements are being reduced and reallocated to these other uses. It's a little concerning, because that's my biggest problem is, and because of their training, and rightly so, engineers operate in a certain type of world where it's sort of like a theoretical perfect environment. They forget about things like dirty windshields and people wearing black hoodies and darting across and all the things that happen out in our world. Not that they don't forget about it, but on the page, it's theoretical, right? And so we're going to take some of this money away and move it here. But I think what's the hoot of all of this is that we have just now taken for granted that county mental health millage money should be used carte blanche for pedestrian safety. It has nothing to do with county mental health. We have huge mental health needs in our community, especially after a year and a half of COVID. We have requests from people to cut various other funding sources, like our police department, to increase mental health funding. And now we're just treating this 500,000 from the mental health millage like, of course, it's pedestrian safety and infrastructure. And that kind of begs the question: have we really lost sight of what that was all about in the first place? It was a mental health millage. Okay, second thing real quickly. I've been downtown working for a couple months now, on and off. And these curb extensions, traffic calming, centerline hardening, slow turn wedges and stuff, I mean, they are blackened by car tires. The buses can't even make the turn from 5th onto William properly. They've run over the cones on the William bike lane so many times. The curbs are black with tires. So how does that indicate that it's making safer for pedestrians? People are running over these curb bumps and stuff. Somehow that's safer. I think one of them is terrible. Coming on North Division by Community High School, we have a curb bump that made it narrower. I understand the theory there, but what it's done is it's put the pedestrian in front of the line of parked cars where they can't be seen, instead of back on the sidewalk where they can be seen. And so I question the efficacy of some of these re-engineerings of our roadways, and also the decency in using mental health funding for such. So I'm not going to support this. I just can't. I appreciate the effort that went into it, finding that it's better goals and more in keeping with our plan. I understand, Councilwoman Briggs, this is your thing, and that's great. But I just generally, I'm not going to support spending county mental health millage on pedestrian safety in any manner. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Not to debate the funding source, since this was already in our budget, but to discuss a little bit more why about these amendments. I agree with Councilmember Griswold that uncontrolled that crosswalks, uncontrolled crosswalks need lighting. That's why this number did not shift at all. That is identified in our draft comprehensive transportation plan as a priority. The reality is that we have limited funds to do what we, to make these improvements that are identified in our plans. And we can't do everything. And so we have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to develop a plan and for consultants to let us know what our top priorities should be. And we have that plan in front of us. Sam Schwartz and staff and community has been engaged for a couple of years, and it has really clear recommendations. And what we know in terms of what's going to get us to Vision Zero is that we have to reduce speeds. That's simple. That's how we protect lives. That's how we save lives. It's how we reduce serious injuries. And so this reallocation is really just trying to make sure that we're moving forward with the top priority items that I see identified in the comprehensive transportation plan that we're going to be starting to be implementing in fiscal year 22. But some of the key pieces we just haven't budgeted for yet. So in terms of streetlight replacements, these are existing. Asset management is really important. But the reality is that this wasn't identified as the top priority in this plan. So this is still moving forward on that, but just a little bit more slowly.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thanks. I'll be supporting this. I appreciate especially Councilmember Briggs and her expertise in this issue, having been such an advocate for multimodal transportation, serving on the Transportation Commission. I certainly respect our city staff in coming up with what they thought the allocations should be, but we also have members of council who have expertise in various areas, and this is certainly one where Councilmember Briggs knows her stuff, and so I agree that these allocations seem to follow the transportation plan, and that's really important. I also want to just clarify in regards to the false statement that these are county mental health funds that we're using. They are not county mental health funds. The City of Ann Arbor receives a rebate from the mental health and public safety millage. We contribute our fair share to the county mental health fund, and we receive the rebate because we do not use the sheriff's department for public safety. We have our own police force. So these are unrestricted funds. We are not using mental health funds to fund these priorities. These are unrestricted funds that we have chosen. It's been longstanding council policy to use them this way. So let's just stop promoting that falsehood, please.
Councilmember Grant.
I don't have a lot to add to that other than to, thank Councilmember Briggs for this work, because I do think it's important that we start aligning with our transportation plan, which, is relatively new. So I'm sure when making this budget, I think it also speaks to maybe not official old council policy, but prior council policy in terms of an approach to streetlights versus other priorities in terms of slowing down our speeds, which we know is so essential to Vision Zero and to safety. So I really do appreciate that perspective. I know that I continue to hear from more and more residents about a desire to calm traffic, and looking at these different kinds of treatments, I think is critically important to our goals. So I'll be supporting this, and really do appreciate the approach that Councilmember Briggs took and the collaborative approach of staff. Thanks.
Councilmember Nelson.
Sorry, thank you for your patience. I'm not going to be able to support this for reasons that I didn't expect when I first read it. I had a conversation with somebody on staff about just kind of decimating the amount of money that we're devoting to the outreach and education. And the truth is that we have a crosswalk law that is different than anywhere else in the state. And if we're gonna build on a culture of understanding about how drivers are going to interact in the environment that we've created, that just seems really reckless to me. In addition to the street light issue, which I've gotten calls from constituents about. I heard this crash last night, and when I went out and looked, I realized that the street light was out, and this accident basically happened because there was no lighting, because the street light was out. It's concerning to me that it feels like we're taking money away from needs that are extremely important. I mean, we live in a community with a very transient population, and now we're going from $130,000 to $15,000 in trying to help our community understand what the expectations are. And we got a little bit of a taste last year when we did some pretty serious traffic calming measures on major streets, and just how angry people were and how frustrated they were. And one of the shortcomings that was identified with the Healthy Streets program last year was the lack of understanding and the lack of education about like why this is happening and what's the point of it. And I can't support this, but I do understand that it's coming from a good place. So I thank you, Councilmember Brinks, for bringing it. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Malley.
Thank you. I'll just push back on this notion of we have a resident expert. With all due respect, with all the respect that's been, with all the work that Councilmember Briggs has done with pedestrian safety, I just remember a comment that was made by a colleague when it came to something I'm an expert in, and I was told that there was a conflict of interest in reaching out to me when it came to third-party delivery services. So again, I don't see any consistency. I see a lot of double standards when it comes to implementing policy and who we're listening to on council. I will ask again, I didn't get my answer. What is the current backlog? And before I get that answer, what is the current backlog on this? And I appreciate Mr. Hess explaining to me the cost associated with replacements, but what is our backlog on those replacements? There was a 10-year moratorium. We fell behind. And in addition, do we have a Vision Zero champion, a Vision Zero expert who's making these decisions for us on staff yet? I know we've talked about it in prior years. Is there somebody who can really look at this, who's not a council member, who's a paid professional and staff expert, who's got the credentials?
Mr. Hess, you have about a minute.
Okay, council member, the first part of your question, I meant that the 123 uncontrolled crosswalks that don't have positive contrast lighting, I think that is our backlog of work. So that's the intent of that. In terms of if we have the expertise in staff, I'm of the impression we do. We have PhDs on our staff. We have some of the highest credentialed staffing that you can get in the profession, both on the planning side and the engineering side. We had a recruitment for Vision Zero specialist that was online for over a year, and we didn't find candidates. And after a very extensive search, that was recently taken down. We might relaunch it here soon, but it is something that we tried very hard to recruit for, someone with kind of that Vision Zero experience, and we weren't able to find someone.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I just want to say that we do have Vision Zero expertise on staff, definitely. And I guess I won't call out the staff members, but there's significant expertise. I don't see that being a problem. I do want to say that I have read all of the transportation plan at least once, was part of the technical team. Number 5, crosswalk safety, enhance safety and visibility at uncontrolled crosswalks. Visibility, that means to be able to see through vegetation as well as lighting. And so I'd like to ask the question one more time. How many marked uncontrolled crosswalks have no illumination? Now, we know that when the student was killed, the closest street light was 132 feet. So I just say about 50 feet. How many crosswalks that are marked, not in neighborhoods, but marked crosswalks at uncontrolled locations do not have any illumination? Because that's my top priority, to get those illuminated. And I don't really care whether it's positive contrast or another type of illumination. At this point, I'm looking for the ones that are in the dark.
I don't have that number available. We're going off the 123, so it would be a number smaller than that. The 123 would include some crosswalks that have some lighting, but maybe not positive contrast lighting. So the 123 is the target that we're aiming for in terms of major uncontrolled crosswalks that don't have sufficient positive contrast lighting.
So are the 3 that are on Earhart on that list, and are we prioritizing the ones that have no illumination first?
Yes, the 3 on Earhart are on that list. I know one of them is actually scheduled for installation by DTE in the coming weeks, the one closest to Concordia. We do have a prioritization matrix because we can't get to all streetlights instantaneously. So we have kind of similar to how we prioritize sidewalk gaps, areas that have kind of the most impact in terms of, proximity to schools and a number of other criteria. And that's how we prioritize the work given the budget that we have and how much work we can advance in a given fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. And hopefully I'll be able to get that number in the next week or so.
Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that it looks to me as though the original allocation in the budget was $135,000 for uncontrolled crosswalk lighting needs. The proposed amendment preserves exactly that amount for uncontrolled crosswalk lighting needs. So if we're arguing about the priority that needs to be attached to uncontrolled crosswalk lighting needs, it's preserved. I wanted to respond to the thoughtful comments of Councilmember, Nelson. And by my calculations, there's still $50,000 left in the money that we returned to the general fund earlier. And I wanted to, I think I'm proposing an amendment to the amendment, but I wanted to propose that we stick that 50 into the communications for explaining public pedestrian safety. I know that doesn't get us all the way back to 133, but it gets us almost halfway there. I'm not sure if I did that right.
Can you repeat that?
Do I have to move something?
I don't, which 50 are you talking about?
The 50, so we spent 20 of the Dear Call money on, yeah, and we spent another 50 of it on the center of the city. 40, thank you very much for my math skills. And then we have 60 actually still. And I would like to propose to put the 60 in this current amendment that we're talking about. I would like to take the remaining 60 from the Dear Call money, add it to the $15,000 for communications, and bring that amount up to $75,000, which gets us more than halfway back to the 133.
Is there a second? Is that friendly to the body? So to restate, the amendment, it's friendly. The amendment now provides.
I'm sorry, no, it's not friendly.
Okay.
All right.
May I suggest we vote on that quickly, since it looks like there's broad support?
To restate very briefly, the amendment is as drafted with the following exception, adding $60,000 to communications explaining pedestrian safety related infrastructure projects for a total of 75, that last 60 coming from the Dear Call portion. Is that correct, Councilmember Dish?
This is correct. Thank you.
Ms. Boudreaux, do you understand that? Mr. Crawford, is that properly stated? Dropped off. Ms. Prashant, is that properly stated? We have been left to our own devices.
Mayor, I think
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
No worries. My apologies.
Ms. Busselmeyer has emailed me.
That's correct. So, Mr. Sean, just confirming that the amendment now as drafted, now as proposed to be amended, is as identical as it is, provided that we are adding an additional $60,000 from general fund sources, aka Deer Fund leftover, adding that $60,000 to communications explaining pedestrian safety related infrastructure projects. So that 15 would be 75.
Right, but if we could change it to say from the general fund to fund balance.
As from your lips to Jackie's fingers.
I think Jackie has it, right, Jackie?
Perfect. Yeah, that she does. Ms. Beaudry, thank you. Ms. Prashant, thank you. Does everyone understand what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So Councilmember Dish, you have the floor since this amendment has not yet been discussed. If I can ask my colleagues to keep this one short, since I suspect we all kind of know what we're doing on this one. Councilmember Dish.
I don't need to say anything else.
Councilmember Omlawi.
Well, I guess I'm a little slower than most. I'm just concerned here. We're making some really on-the-fly decisions. We have a structural deficit. We're crying broke in 1 minute, then we're flipping, we're spending 60 grand the next second. And it's just really puzzling. I'm sure there's many people in the public right now that are just scratching their head. What is going on here? Can't we use other sources of funding for this communications piece? Do we need to be using general fund dollars? Can't we be using Act 51 or other sources of funding that doesn't affect our general fund?
That's not the amendment.
Well, if this amendment is asking to spend $60,000, and I'm suggesting that we take that money from somewhere else and not the general fund. So it is germane to the discussion.
I'm not saying it's not germane. You asked a question, I provided.
Yeah, I'm asking whether
what I
Mr.
felt
Crawford can answer that, or whether this $60,000 could be taken from a different bucket of money rather than our general fund.
There would be other funds could be eligible. All road funds are also, if you think about the objective we have, are also deficit to our needs. We have a lot of needs across transportation, sustainability, everywhere. It's not just general.
Where did this $15,000 come from? Enough?
The rebate millage, the 15.
Yeah, I understand, but the amount 15,000. How did we get to that to think that that was going to be enough? And now we're fivefold that.
Mr. Hess, did you want to respond to
that? I don't know if I can respond. That's not my figure.
And we were going from 15 to 75 in a drop of a hat. I mean, you guys can vote. I know that you guys already said you know where it's going. Apparently, people know how to count cards and count votes. I'm not one of them.
Councilmember Briggs.
I'm sorry, point of order, because that was directed at me. When 10 people raise their hand that it's friendly and one person doesn't, I guess I'm just not that slow.
Mayor, I'm
Councilmember
sorry.
Briggs.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Is there a second for this amendment?
Yes.
Yeah.
I forget who it was. It Radina or Griswold? I forget.
Radina.
Radina.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Councilmember Briggs, I think you were on the queue.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate Councilmember Dish's. I always appreciate more funding going towards transportation. To Councilmember Ramlawi's question, staff originally recommended $133,000 for pedestrian safety outreach and education. In this budget amendment had proposed reducing that to $15,000. That $15,000 came from reaching out to a communications firm in town and identifying, very much to Councilmember Nelson's concern around education. Could you compile, could we contract out even and get videos that describe our new infrastructure, because I think that's been one of the concerns from residents about what is this new infrastructure, how do we use it, and what does it mean for our community. And so I was told that we could put together multiple short videos that would explain our new infrastructure, and that's how I came to the $15,000 amount. Also, while I appreciate Councilmember Grand's praise earlier, I want to very much be deferential to staff here. I think they are absolutely experts in our community. I am constantly deferring to them, and I think that they produce incredible work for us. I view this resolution amendment, this budget amendment, more as policy direction in terms of where we want to put our limited priorities and resources. We are strained for a lot of money, we are constrained about how we use these. And I am simply looking towards the documents we have in front of us to help guide me in recommending a budget amendment. I think that they are the ones that I turn to for, implementing this work, and I think they do great work.
Councilmember Dish.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I should have realized that it wasn't clear. So I was concerned after Councilmember Nelson mentioned that staff was concerned that $15,000 would not be enough for communication. The $15,000 is a reduced amount in Councilmember Briggs' amendment to the original budget spending. She was constrained by how much was in the original budget, so she redistributed it. And communications took the biggest hit of each of the components of that original amendment. And so I was proposing to move the, shall I say, roadkill that's left over from the Deer Cull amendment. Sorry, it's late, but I want you all to smile. And restore it, do a partial restoration of the monies that Councilmember Briggs took out of the original budget allocation so as to remain budget neutral. I felt that since we had a surplus and since Councilmember Nelson and staff had expressed, or Councilmember Nelson had heard that staff had expressed real concern, was trying to respond to that. So I'm not in any way making a five-fold increase. I'm raising it back to a little bit more than half of what it originally was.
For the discussion of the amendments to the amendment. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Redina.
Councilmember Redina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ronlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner, Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
motion carries.
For the discussion of the amendment as amended. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Redina.
Councilmember Redina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ronlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
motion carries.
For the discussion of the main motion as amended. That's the budget as a whole. Councilmember Brand.
Thank you. As the council liaison to the Parks Advisory Commission, I was asked if Parks wanted to bring forward the Parks Fairness Resolution. Are we through all amendments for this evening?
If we're not through with all amendments from this evening, then let's do
Yeah,
that.
I was just, I
Yep.
wasn't sure.
Councilmember Briggs.
Quiet.
Thank you. Councilmember Briggs.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my computer is about to shut down and I've been having to interact with IT staff to try to salvage the situation because the update's going to take a long time. I'm wondering, can we have a break so that I can get on a different device?
Councilmember Nelson and anyone else who has that, staff's been rolling through that. It only takes about 2 minutes. It was a different update than I thought it was at the beginning of the meeting. So you will be able to pop back on.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank
Mine
you.
is restarting as well.
It's not something that we're able,
The other one.
it's not something
Okay.
we're able to suspend during the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Nelson, do you want a break or are you good to go?
If it's only like 2 minutes, it's just that the voting has been sort of fast and furious, and so it was awkward when I was trying to stifle this thing. I've got 3 minutes remaining until I have a restart, and so if I'm off for 2 minutes, I don't know what that means. I mean, you have it coming as well.
Mine just went and it took about 60 seconds.
Oh,
14 is real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's on my other device. but
You may want to take a break, and anyone who's had that message, just go ahead and reboot your computer. It'll go ahead and clear itself.
Okay. All right. I apologize for the interruption.
That's all right. All right, let's see if we can power through. Councilmember Briggs. Councilmember, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I feel like I've talked enough tonight. So amendment, I would propose moving amendment 10.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Dish. Councilmember Briggs.
I'm sorry, if I could, Mr. Mayor, there was a question about this item. Mr. Hupy's here to answer.
Thank you.
Can you read us the question?
In my reboot, I'll have to go chase it down. Sorry.
Well, yeah.
If you want to go ahead, Mayor, I'll circle back when I have the question.
Councilmember Briggs.
Sure. So this is similar to, it's similar in motivation, I guess, to the last amendment that I put forward, in that it's the goal is to make sure that we are we're showing a commitment in year one of our adoption, hopefully of our new comprehensive transportation plan, and just a couple of the really key pieces in it. You know, we have a list of short-term strategies that are in the plan. You know, multiple pages of them. So I'm not suggesting doing everything, guys. I know it feels like it, but one of there are a couple of key pieces that were recommended in that. One of which was in year one, under doing a transportation plan implementation strategy. That also is something that was identified in the fiscal year 22 CIP. It was also identified on the comprehensive transportation plan as setting a short-term target to develop plans for safety improvements in all tier 1 corridors and intersections within year one. And then another piece that was called out very specifically within the plan was that for short-term strategy is that we needed to develop a quick build improvement program with a target of installing at least 3 quick build safety projects per year, prioritizing focus corridors and intersections. This is based on the data and in terms of what we know about crash data and how to achieve vision zero. For example, we know that 80% of crashes where a biker was killed or seriously injured were at intersections. This work is really important. I think the planning work is really important to make sure that we're positioned if federal funding comes in to be able to have secure matching funds or future recovery dollars that we know exactly what it is that we want, how we want to proceed. So this proposes a $300,000 additional use of our major street fund balance, which is in excess of our fund balance requirements.
Mayor, I have the question when you're ready.
Thank you.
The question was, it would be helpful to have staff explain quick build projects. Could they involve installing unlighted crosswalks?
And I'll respond to that. The quick build projects are what they commonly call post and paint. It would be done with pavement marking in posts. It might be things like wedge turns or maybe even a mini roundabout done with post and paint. Those would be the quick build. It would not be gray infrastructure necessarily.
Thank you. Councilor Briggs, and well, that's your 3 minutes. Councilmember Hayner.
Thank you. So I'm just curious how you came up with the $300,000 number. Is that just by looking at the ratio of the remaining fund balance, or is just sort of an estimation and working with staff as to what moving forward with the final resolve clause or this first resolve clause would cost? And I guess my second question is, the final whereas clause that, I mean, I actually asked this as a budget question about a ratio of fund balances to each department and where do the fund balances stand and looking at the excess of the fund balance requirements. But, just because we have an excess this year with COVID's long tail doesn't mean we're going to have the excess next year. And so it's not necessarily a good thing to run down those fund balances, in my opinion. So I just wonder where the 300,000 came from. And I guess the ultimate question would be, at the end of our night here, when the final budget is put before us to vote on, how much are we going to have increased our spending on pedestrian infrastructure projects as a total over what was, say, budgeted last year, or what would be? There's no would be because we're making it now. But I'm just curious how much excess spending we're going to have on these projects. So just some questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, in response to that question, the $150,000 for the transportation plan update implementation strategy, that was drawn from the number that was in the CIP, $150,000 for quick build. Staff wasn't able to provide an estimate about what that cost would look like. They don't have projects necessarily readily identified on this. So this is me proposing an amount that, I would expect that if staff is not able to get to 3 with this, or that there's an expectation that they might need to come back and let us know as a council that's the case. And then, in terms of kind of where our budget's headed, I don't know what the difference is from the last fiscal year, but I would suggest that very much in line with our conversation earlier around our carbon neutrality goals. I mean, this is strategy 4 of our climate action plan, that we are going to reduce our vehicle miles traveled by 50%, car trips by 50% by 2030. That's not going to happen unless we build infrastructure for people to use. So this is, I see in line, not only with our Vision Zero goals, but directly in line with accomplishing our carbon neutrality goals.
Councilmember Ramlawi.
I appreciate trying to get to our goals. I really don't think this is the way we're going to get there. I don't think we're going to get much for our dollar with this quick build. These are temporary installations. These are not permanent for the most part, from what I was just told. This came to us late. I didn't get this didn't get a chance to read these amendments until yesterday. We're asking to move around a substantial amount of money, again, on the fly, with a plan that most of us are not even familiar with. We could always make budget amendments mid-year once we have a more well thought out plan. We're just earlier like had issues of giving $60,000 to one of our committees to come back and explain to us. Now we're talking about an amount that's 5 times that amount with less prescription to it, and one that's going to take away resources from other projects that are falling behind in our capital improvement projects. Our roads are not in good shape. And we have a lot of needs. And just like Councilmember Hayner said, how much money now are we redirecting towards pedestrian safety? And that's not to diminish the importance of it. But we just approved an amendment of $320,000. This would be another $300,000. Talking $650,000 away from streets. And so my question is, are we saving money up in our fund balance for a major project? I know as we do in some of our enterprise funds, our fund balance may be above its minimum, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Are we saving up for something major, and how much over our minimum are we? I apologize for having to ask that question right now. Thanks, though.
Councilor Hayner.
Can I get that answered, by the way, sometime? How much above our minimum fund balance we are, and whether we're saving towards a major investment in a major infrastructure project?
Ms. Pashana, are you able to answer that now?
Yeah, sure. For major streets, we're about $1.7 million for the projected required minimum fund balance in the major street fund. We are not in particular saving for a specific project. What we did intentionally was reserve the money and plan to spend that fund balance in fiscal year 23 on road resurfacing. So we didn't have specific plans, but the thought was that the money was allocated to road repair, and that we would give engineering time to design and prioritize the roads at which they could do with that funding.
Thank you, Marty.
Sure.
Councilmember Hayner.
Just sort of have a policy disagreement on.
Councilman Hayner, I'm sorry. I think unless I'm incorrect, you've spoken. This is your second. You've already spoken twice on this amendment. Am I correct about that?
I don't believe so.
All right, I'll take. I'll take your. I thought you did. If you tell me no, that I've gotten it incorrect,
Well,
I won't.
I mean,
I won't
it's
stop
possible I have. I don't think so. I guess I'll be brief.
Thank you.
I don't understand how. I mean, if we want to create, somehow this is creating these bump outs and these cones and these slow turns and everything is somehow going to lead to our reduction in miles traveled. Well, on the other hand, we've got people suggesting that we need to build and get 80,000 new units put in the city by 2030. So I think we're kind of at odds with our plans, and I think we should maybe pick one and stick to it. I don't understand how creating this structure this kind of infrastructure changes to our roadways and stuff directly results in reduction of miles traveled. I mean, people can walk now, they can walk wherever they want. And if we use this money to close sidewalk gaps, there'd be even more walkability in the city than doing these things to slow down traffic. And I'm not sure that I'm on board with this theory that this is leading to reduction in miles traveled. That's all I wanted to add.
Councilmember Grant.
I'll just briefly respond to that. When people live closer to where they work, they don't drive as much. And when people feel safer and more able to effectively test ways for people to move more comfortably, whether it be walking or cycling, that helps us plan for long-term infrastructure projects. I know I'm not as expert as our transportation staff or as Dr. Briggs, who I wanted to point out, I believe wrote her dissertation related to some transportation issues, but these are critically important projects. They're tied to multiple goals within the city. when we look at what we're spending relative to other kinds of, road repair, I think it's reasonable. And I really appreciate the opportunity to have the conversation about aligning our funding with our new transportation plan. I think that's a great opportunity. I understand that the timing is a little sensitive in terms of how we do budget, but this is how we've always done budget. And I don't think I heard a lot of complaining in the past when things were done on the fly. I believe it was called deliberation or something to that effect.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Redina.
Councilmember Redina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Council Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner, Councilmember Hayner,
Still can't hear you, Councilmember.
No.
Now we got you.
Councilmember Dish,
Nope. Yes, geez, yes, sorry.
Councilmember Griswold,
No.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
motion carries.
Further discussion of the main motion as amended. I believe we have one more substance left. Councilmember Redina.
Thanks, Mayor Taylor. I am moving Amendment 13 to remove the Chief Strategy Executive position from the Safety Services Police budget.
Seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion, please, of Amendment 13. Councilmember Redina.
Thanks. I'll be relatively brief with this. I think this was, Councilmember Briggs and I had what I would characterize as a really great conversation with the chief over the weekend about this. I think I have a better understanding of why he views this as an important position, but ultimately when looking at kind of strategies for the city, recognizing that we do have a deficit, that we would be adding an additional full-time employee to our largest department, and also just recognizing that we're in the middle of what I would characterize as ongoing community conversations about the future of public safety here in Ann Arbor. I saw this as an area that I'm just not quite comfortable with at this point. And so I worked with Councilmember Briggs on this. I don't want to speak for her, but those were my reasons for putting this forward. I do want to, whatever limited time I have left, if Chief Cox would like some time as well, I do want to make sure that he has an opportunity to speak on this as well.
Oh, absolutely. Would you like me to talk now, or?
Thanks, Chief.
Sure. No, I appreciate the opportunity. Policing is got a lot going on right now. And early on, about maybe 9 months into my tenure, to the last budget presentation, we talked a little bit about, in order to implement community policing, what are all the things that you need to do. And so I spent some time going through and trying to talk about that. And this position was one of the, I think one of the 4 or 5 that I asked for at the time, to say in order for us to, fully implement it as quickly as possible, this was needed. And, the strategy piece of what we're trying to do is fairly important. We try to be purposeful in what we do. And the changes in both the culture and the overall expectations from the public, and let's face it, the country in general demand that we do some different things. And in order to do those, you have to make an effort to do it. You have to have people to do it, and the whole department has to get it and have like a quality assurance around what we're doing on a daily basis, that purposeful way I talked about. and that's what this position actually is, and it's what it's meant to do. So, I think long gone are the days where, whether big or small, the police departments can continue to do the same things you've been doing, and we're trying to do something different as well as enhance community policing. So that's a Reader's Digest version of why I think it's important. So,
thank you, Chief. Councilmember Griswold.
From a headcount standpoint, is it accurate to say that you've reduced 5 officers and you're recommending adding this position, so you still have a net reduction of 4?
So I guess from a head count, that would be it. But, again, the budget reduced the officers. If it was up to me, we wouldn't reduce anything. So, yes,
okay.
that would
No,
be accurate.
I just want to understand that. And also, would this chief strategy position help the department move to not only community-based policing, but also help with the unarmed response for mental health purposes, whether that be within the police department or another organization? I mean, I know how difficult change is, and so I'm wondering if this is the position that's going to support that change.
Well, it would certainly support, changing in general. I don't know. I can't say, that would individually, do the unarmed response, but certainly, have a conversation with folks and partnering people to figure out ways that we can do it much better. Absolutely. That would be the case, in that way.
Oh, okay, thank you. So I just see this position as getting us to where the community has requested that we move to, that we change, and we're not going to get that movement without some additional assistance.
We would not get that, certainly anytime soon. I mean, it takes, change is difficult, and it takes, particularly culture change takes time. If we want to expedite some of this and certainly, get us to where we would like to do and be far more agile to address some of the needs that we might have in policing in general, then this certainly helps us a great deal and helps me a great deal.
Thank you.
Councilmember Keener.
Well, thanks, Chief, for coming on and saying that. I know you and I have had some conversations over the last month or so about how your department's moving in what I consider the right direction. I think you're the right person to bring this community policing vibe to the city and act appropriately. And I also appreciate Councilwoman Griswold's comments that, overall police staffing is reduced. I know we all got some emails earlier last week about this, which didn't seem fully accurate, that indeed the police staffing is going down. And so, this position was asked for a while back, and I think it's a critical position. I know the chief thinks so too, and I assume Assistant Chief Forsberg also. I support our police, and especially the direction they're headed with this. And if this gives us an opportunity to continue down that road to a more public facing, out of your cars, walk in the streets, community policing, unarmed response, and so on, all the things that we're looking at, I think it's appropriate. And it's not a budget buster for me, since we're letting 4 or 5 folks kind of slide out of the budget from attrition. And so, it reads as a new person, but it's really like we're getting rid of 4 people. So I think I'm going to support this tonight.
Councilmember Amlai.
Thank you, and sorry to keep you so late, Chief. I apologize. I should have called this one earlier so you didn't have to be up for so late. But will this position be a sworn officer or a civilian?
It's a civilian officer. I mean, it's a civilian position, yes.
There's just a lot that is left to be understood about this. I apologize, but I don't think many of us fully maybe you're driving home. Be careful. You know, it's one of these things that right now, based on my conversations with other members of our community, I can't support this currently, and I don't want that to be discouraging to you and your executive staff. I think there needs to be a much better explanation of what this is, what it's going to accomplish. But I know we've talked a lot about it, but yet it still isn't very clear. And even with members of ICPOC, still they don't fully understand this. And I think it's important before we move forward that we have everybody on board. And right now we don't. And I would suggest and ask that once we have more time for that, if this does not get the body's support tonight, that you come back for a budget amendment mid-year or soon thereafter tonight. Once we can get folks on ICPOC and others better understood and comfortable with this, but unfortunately, I can't support it tonight. I hope to support it sometime in the future, but I can't do it tonight. And I apologize for not giving you that kind of support here tonight, but hopefully soon I will be able to.
Councilmember Song.
Actually, Councilmember Romali already had expressed the same concerns, since we're both serving on ICPOC, as just making sure that that commission is on board, and it doesn't sound like they are presently. So we've got a little work to do.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, thank you. And just to echo Councilmember Romali and Councilmember Song's statements, I think there's just there's a little bit more work that needs to be done within both internally within kind of our own organization and also externally to make sure that folks really understand not only the position, but kind of understand community-oriented policing within the context of all the changes that have happened in policing in demands out of policing over the past year. I don't say this as somebody who is not very grateful towards our police department. As you guys all know, I have a son who's going into policing. So, but this is, we need to be very thoughtful about having these conversations with our community, seeing how these positions align with other initiatives that we're doing. The reality is that the landscape has changed over the last couple of years. And some folks, you read articles now about calling into question whether community-oriented policing is really the right model for communities anymore. I actually think, in terms of conversations with Chief Cox, that in terms of how he's envisioning this position, that it's very much in line in what I'm hearing folks asking for. But I do think that the case needs to be made very publicly to our community, and that conversation needs to happen. And response to the unarmed public safety response, that is the community call for that is really for that to be external to the police department. It's something that is hopefully complementing and relieving some of the pressure on policing, but it's this position. I could imagine interfacing with whoever is leading that work in the future, but wouldn't, based on best practices, lead that work. But
Councilmember, I'm sorry. Councilmember Adina.
Yeah, just really briefly, thanks to Councilmember Romali for actually already saying a lot of what I was going to articulate in my second pass around as well, which is, I do think it's important to clarify that the request for this was a request for a civilian position. That being said, similar to Councilmember Romali and Councilmember Briggs, I'm just not quite there yet on this. And so that doesn't mean that I can't be convinced at a future date that this position is really imperative to the transformational work that we need to do in the department and really in public safety in general in the community. But for tonight, I just wasn't there yet. And so that was really my purpose for bringing this forward. And I do appreciate all of the work that you continue to do, Chief Cox, to think differently about the way that we're doing policing here in the city.
Further discussion? I'm going to vote against the amendment. You know, if we are, you know, the folks in leadership up and throughout the city and all its various departments have a great deal to do already. You know, we have more initiatives than resources to meet those initiatives. We have more ideas than we have people to develop and implement that, to develop the plans that undergird them and express them, and then the ability to implement them. We have a lot of desire to work with the police department to make sure that the police department provides the sort of policing that the community is looking for. And we have leadership within the police department that is committed to that conversation, committed to that task. But at the same time, they've got the all the ongoing daily business and need more hands, need more people focusing on, frankly, strategy and policy within the department. And the addition of a civilian to the leadership team strikes me as a reasonable, non-aggressive way to help implement that goal, that common goal. And so I think that the addition of the civilian CSO is wise, and I wish we'd go forward with it. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with, on the amendment, starting with Councilmember Rodino.
Councilmember Rodino?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner? Councilmember Hayner?
Oh, I'm unmuted.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Motion carries.
For the discussion of the main motion amendment, is that the last of our substantive amendments that are going to be brought forward? Do we have a Parks Fairness number, Mr. Crawford?
We will in just a moment. Mrs. Besselmeyer and Prashana are working on that.
Yes, I believe Kim gave Jackie the number.
Mayor, do you want me to read that?
If you'd be so kind.
It will state that resolve that the general fund parks fiscal year 22 expenditure budget be amended to increase $76,690 to be funded as a one-time expenditure from the general fund balance.
Moved by Councilmember Graham, seconded by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of amendment number 14. Councilmember Graham.
Thank you. I spoke with Parks leadership about this. I know last year with the pandemic, we did take a hiatus from implementing this longstanding practice. And Mr. Smith felt that with the news of the ban shell in particular, that in West Park and that they can no longer patch it, and now we're going to have to hold off on some of those events this year. All of the physical buildings and parks, I believe, are at least 40 years old. So there are a lot of capital expenditures coming up. So when I asked if from a parks perspective they wanted me to move forward with this, the answer was a resounding yes due to the needs in the system.
Councilmember Hayner.
Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councilwoman Graham. This is West Park band shell was kind of, well, I mean, it wasn't necessarily a shock because all that rerouting the water, but it's certainly a disappointment. And I've actually had some people in my ward come forward and offer up to build around sponsorships for that project to make sure it's restored because they have a historical connection to it and so on. So putting this money in there it's gonna be well spent. Parks has been I think been very frugal and decent with their spending over the years, to my experiences. And I encourage council to support this, and I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
I just have a clarifying question. Was that over 650,000?
I'm not, if you're asking me, I'm not clear on what your question is.
76,690.
Oh,
70.
The adjustment to the parks would be an increase of expenditures of $76,690.
690. Okay. All right. I heard that totally wrong. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Appreciate the reference to a fifth ward project. I guess I have two questions around this. One, since if staff has any thoughts on, the ability to, is this $76,000 enough to do work like that in fiscal year 22, but also more broadly, as we increase our sustainability funding, which is we're kind of identifying it as crisis. How does this interplay? And with that, because I could see us drawing a little more heavily on general fund to get through our sustainability work. And I can understand the importance of the fairness resolution, but there's kind of some unusual constraints on the general fund these days. So just some general thoughts on that would be helpful for me.
Derek, you want to take the first part of the question, and then or maybe I'll take the second part first, actually. So if I understand the second part, you're asking what the impact is really on the fund balance as we go forward by having this occur. I guess I feel like I'm beating the same drum, but we have insufficient resources to address all the issues you face: roads, parks assets, sustainability, the other kind of operations that you're looking for. So every bit of fund balance that we have when we have a structural deficit is a precious commodity. So we should end this year with this fiscal year 22 with a sufficient level of fund balance, but we will be in a deficit. So it will, it's not going to feel good going into future years. We've got a lot of problems to solve still. Derek, you may want to take a shot at the first part of that question if you heard it. I think you were being brought in.
Yeah, I would love to if I had heard it, but if someone could repeat it, I will do my best.
I was just wondering about with the $76,000. I don't know what level of work is needed on, like, for example, the band shell versus, other capital projects that might be out there. I just didn't know if it was what sorts of investments were needed.
Much more than 76,000. I can assure you that. I don't know what the price tag on the band shell yet is. We don't have that. But I think Councilmember Graham pointed out earlier, all of parks, infrastructures, and buildings are reaching that age, that 40 to 50 year age, where significant investment is going to be needed just to hold the line. Similar to what the city administrator just said, there's going to be tough choices even with the 76,000. I can assure you there's more than one place it can be used in the short term. So we're grateful for the resolution, and in difficult times, we're grateful that it's, or at least hopefully that it's still coming over so we can do some work with it. We usually, from a staff process, we usually take a identified or a prioritized list of needs to PAC. PAC does a review of those, and usually staff makes a recommendation to PAC on how best to use this funds, where they could have the greatest impact.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please. Well, is this a friendly amendment? The amendment's friendly. Further discussion of the main motion, that is to say, the budget as amended. Councilmember Amlawi.
Yeah, thank you to the public and to staff for bearing with us for the last 3 or 4 hours as we work through that. Thank you to Council Member Griswold for moving this important part of our agenda up so we were able to discuss it very thoughtfully and carefully, and I apologize if it went long. I am disappointed that we continue to ignore our deficit. We continue to spend money as if there isn't a problem. We just heard from the city administrator right now. I mean, folks that have just joined council, there's going to be, at least 3 or more of these meetings that you'll be involved with. And I think there's going to be a lot harder decisions in the future in the choices that get made. I'm just, again, thankful, not surprised, and ready to move on.
For the discussion of the main motion. Councilmember Hayner.
Cycle, I didn't support it because we didn't cut enough, and that's kind of what's happening again here. We haven't found enough new revenue or cut enough to fix the problems that we have, and so I'm gonna be on the record as not supporting this, and I know Mr. Crawford's gonna do what he can to get us through this, and he would never put the city in jeopardy, financially. And yet, when he comes to tell us that we have to do things so that he isn't put in a position, because the decision ultimately lies with us. We need to heed those concerns, and they're legitimate concerns. We can't keep going down a road where we're making it harder for people to afford to live here because their taxes keep going up, because we have to add on millages for things, because we haven't made the hard decisions and the priorities that we need, haven't prioritized the things that we need in balancing with the revenues that we have. And so I'm going to be voting no for this. I'm sure it'll pass, but I can't with a good conscience say yes to a budget that doesn't make the necessary structural adjustments. So my apologies to Mr. Crawford for maybe not doing more.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you. Sincere thanks to all staff. I know this being my first year, and we'll see what happens next time, but I know I covered folks with a lot of questions, and I got a lot of really good information that really helped to inform my decisions, and I appreciate all of that. And I also like to obviously there's a lot of work that went into this, preparing this budget, and it's really, we discussed amendments for multiple hours here, but ultimately the basic shape of the budget is pretty similar to what it was a couple of hours ago. That points to a lot of good work on the part of staff, and also I want to thank departments that are all have found places to give and make cuts. And I know that means that people are going to be doing more with less, and that we're working hard to try to advance our priorities in our community. And so I really appreciate all the work that went into this.
Thank you for indulging me one more time, Mayor. If I could just take a second and thank, the staff and all of you all for sitting through these many long meetings and going through this process. It is challenging in this environment. And I think it's important for us to remember that, the city is this is not a city with a lot of fat. There's not much at all. It's very lean for what we do. And so this is a very challenging environment to operate in a state that generally doesn't provide the kind of resources local governments need in order to thrive and create great sense of place. So I just want to thank staff and you all for working through what you've done here. This gives us a plan to get to the next year, and we will do the best we can to get there. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Yeah, I want to Thanks, staff. And in the spirit of always trying to improve the process, I'd like to suggest that the administration committee considers that budget amendments have 3 co-sponsors, if not a requirement, then at least a recommendation. So we don't have 3 almost similar deer call resolutions. And I think that that would increase collaboration between council members and streamline the process, but also help staff to better understand the direction that we're going in. Thank you.
Further discussion? For my part, I would like to, of course, let me start my clock. I would, of course, like to thank staff up and down the line, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Prashant, all the other SAAs and other managers and people involved in the budget process. It's a long, months-long slog, and it's foundational to everything it is that we do. As council members and Mr. Crawford have indicated, we are operating in a resource scarce environment. Our needs exceed our our resources, and that is the persistent, consistent challenge for municipal government in the state of Michigan. And we are in Ann Arbor, although I wouldn't trade our troubles for anyone's. We are no exception. Again, even in the context of that resource challenge environment, this budget, improves the basic services that we provide to our community, and it enhances the quality of life. It addresses the basics, streets, sidewalk, clean water, wastewater, stormwater, police, fire, and also provides for parks, and also provides for additional benefits to our community. It reflects a substantial increase in the amount of affordable housing activity that we're able to undertake. A substantial increase, albeit insufficient ultimately, still for the task in the Office of OSI in furtherance of our 820 program. And up and down the line, we are doing a lot of things in the city, and we think in the end, the efforts of staff is. I think I'm proud of the work we do, even though we are all cognizant of how much better it could be. But that's the challenge. Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Council Member Radina.
Councilmember Radina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner, Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
motion carries.
A1, we have before us the regular session meeting minutes of May 3rd, 2021. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Ramlawi. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? Minutes are approved. B1, in order to add a temporary emergency ordinance, section 1.327B, third-party delivery services, Title 1 of Chapter 15, Emergency and Disaster Management of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Grand and seconded by Councilmember Radina. Discussion, please, of B1. Councilmember Hayner.
I typically don't support these kinds of things, but in speaking with a bunch of downtown business owners, restaurant owners, bar owners, and so on, and residents, they all kind of came to the same conclusion that, to put it bluntly, like I shouldn't care too much about how DoorDash is doing. So I'm going to support this tonight. I really don't like adding emergency powers, but I think in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and say yes to this.
Further discussion? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. I do have a few reservations with it. but I will be supporting this here tonight. It unfortunately is going to be temporal, as it won't have a long-term lasting effect as it currently stands. I hope that we can work with staff and other members of the body to take some of the changes that could be made permanent and make them permanent later on. Because again, once these restrictions are lifted, so goes the effectiveness of this ordinance.
Councilmember Grant.
Just a quick thank you, since Attorney John Reiser's here. He did a tremendous amount of the legwork, and and Attorney Betsy Blake as well. Just really not only on the legal side, but also on the outreach to the community. And I'm hopeful that this will give us a chance to try some of these potentially permanent changes out. It's a nice natural experiment. So thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? Approved. DB1, resolution to approve the 2065-2099 South Main Street annexation, 1.5 acres, 2065-2099 South Main Street. Moved by Councilmember Nelson, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion please at DB1. All in favor? Opposed? Approved. DC1, resolution to appoint Sheila Schuller and Robert Gordon to the Greenbelt Advisory Commission. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Hire. Discussion please of DC1. All in favor? Opposed? Approved. DC. That's opposed, Councilmember Hare. Thank you. It is approved with 10 council member, pardon me, it's approved with 11 council members present, 10 voting in the affirmative, Councilmember Hayner voting in opposition. DC2, resolution to make appointments of non-registered electors to board and commissions. Moved by Councilmember Medina, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion please of DC2. All in favor? Opposed? Is approved with 11 council members present, 10 voting in the affirmative. Councilmember Hayner voting in opposition. DC3, resolution to appoint Christopher Graham and John Callowers to the Environmental Commission. Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion please, DC3. All in favor? Opposed? Approved. DC4, resolution to appoint Makaya Ship, Mohammed Athman, Francis Toro Hargraves to the Independent Community Police Oversight Commission. Moved by Councilmember Ramlawi, seconded by Councilmember Song. Discussion please at DC4. All in favor? Opposed? DC4 is approved. DC5, resolution to adopt the fiscal year 22 City Council Legislative Policy Agenda. Moved by Song, seconded by Councilmember Medina. Discussion please at DC5. Councilmember Hayner.
There's a lot of interesting things in here. I enjoyed my time on the Policy Agenda Committee. A lot of good stuff in here, a lot of new things, some old things and some new things, the things that had been discussed that didn't make it before and so on. And, that being said, I see that Mr. Councilman Redina has his hand up. So if you don't mind, I'd like to pass and let him speak as a sponsor of this, and then I'd like to raise my hand again. Thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you. As I shared earlier, I hope this will be relatively quickly or move relatively quickly. I shared an amendment out earlier this week just so that everyone had it in advance. I just reshared it with the clerk. This is one that actually was brought up to me in conversations with members of the LGBTQ community, and I appreciate when I give. Sorry, I will move the amendment first. It is an amendment to add a number 18 to the first section, which for those who cannot see it and read it, would add support and advocate for changes to the Michigan Department of Corrections policy and state law to require the housing of transgender and gender nonconforming individuals in accordance with their gender identity, to address transgender inmates based on the pronouns of their choice, and to require officers to search inmates based on the search policy of their gender identity.
Seconded by Councilmember Song, Councilmember Dina.
Thanks. And so I apologize for not getting this sooner. I appreciate all the hard work that my fellow policy committee members did. And this is one that that had come up and was added to my list when I was talking to members of the LGBTQ community. And I want to actually thank community member Michelle Hughes for pointing out that when she was reviewing it, this one hadn't made the list. And so I neglected to add it in during our conversations. And I wanted to bring it forward to this body now. And so I hope that it will pass quickly.
Is that friendly to the body? Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, no, that was friendly. I'm not in opposition to that whatsoever. I was just, there's some things in here that, are kind of unusual for public conversation kind of topics for us to get behind.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, let's just, I need to finish up this amendment. It's friendly to the body? Friendly. Councilmember Hayner, my apologies.
Well, I don't know what effect this would have, but I would move to can we discuss this? It's getting quite late tonight. Can we discuss this at our June 7th meeting? I would move to postpone approval of this until our June 7th meeting so that we can look at some of the things that are in here and have a further conversation about them.
For a second. By Councilmember Alawi, discussion of the postponement. Councilmember Adina.
I guess this is more of a question for staff. I know that we actually, the policy committee finished this up a while ago, but I think that the preference was for this to pass on the same evening as our budget. And so I wanted to throw that out there to staff to see if there's any reason why this would be problematic.
No, I'm not aware that it's hugely problematic. You're right. We generally like to have it go at the same time, but I'm not aware of an issue.
Councilmember Hayner on the postponement.
Sure. Well, I'll speak more specifically, like as one example. There is we're now coming around to advocating for the removal of Headley in Prop A, and we haven't done that in the past years, and that's a problem for a lot of people because Ann Arbor is very expensive. Living in Ann Arbor is very expensive, as we all know, and it's a barrier to people. And our high taxes and our high value of our properties exacerbates that barrier. And so that's something that I don't support. I don't support us asking the state to get rid of Headley and Prop A because that'll run whatever remnants of the middle class and lower class and creative class have managed to cling to housing here in Ann Arbor right out. If that goes away, it'll reset all the property values and we'll be in real trouble. You think you have an affordable housing crisis now, wait till that happens. So I don't support the notion of asking the state to remove Headley. And there's other things in there. There's things about term limits for state senators and just a handful of things related to policies. And I if everybody's ready to go ahead and vote on this and say yes to that, I just don't agree with removing Headley and Prop A. And so I can't, I don't want to get into the thing where I'm amending it and trying to strike it out and have that conversation because we have had this in front of us for a while, but I just don't support that whatsoever. I just think it would be terrible for our community. It might be good from a revenue standpoint, but it would certainly finish the gentrification that has been started this last 10 years.
Mayor, can I comment on that? Yeah, just to make a point on that, if I could, Councilmember Hayner. The whether it's good or bad depends on what replaces it or how it is modified and changing. One way would be to just reset everything. That would be almost inconceivable as a method to move forward to me. But I would point out that one of the dramatic impacts that Headley and Prop A is having is that people are unable to relocate within the city or buy into the city. And so that is just going to continue to get worse as the most recent purchaser pays the most in taxes. And the gap that creates is problematic. And you rightly point out that those who benefit from the system may be challenged, but there's all sides are challenged here. And so the system is not working equitably at this point. And so that I think that's what's behind some of that comment.
Councilmember Adina.
I also I'm not going to support postponement for a couple of reasons. One is the policy committee did put several months worth of work into this and kind of developed it. I support everything that's in it at this point, so that's part of my reason for not needing to postpone it. But I also my understanding is that this is also very much meant to be a living document. This is kind of our guide to our agenda up in Lansing, and to the extent that it directs our lobbyists and things like that as well. So that does not mean that this cannot be changed in the future. It is likely that there will probably be additions to it if there is something that we determine problematic at a future date. We could certainly remove it, but at this stage, I'm comfortable with everything in it after the work that's been put in by policy.
Further discussion of postponement? Well, Laura Hayner?
Well, I can't speak, but I'm not going to make us go through it. Clearly, nobody's going to postpone it. So if I could, I would withdraw the request.
Anybody have any objection to withdrawal of the? Anybody have any objection?
Once it was seconded, don't we have to vote on it?
Yeah, I believe you're right, Councilwoman Nelson. So my apologies.
That's my only objection as well.
That's
All
fine.
right, then let's vote. No worries. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Rodina.
Councilmember Radina?
No.
Mayor Taylor?
No.
Councilmember Iyer?
No.
Councilmember Nelson? No. Councilmember Briggs?
No.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
Can't hear you, Councilmember.
No, I've been unmuted the entire time. No.
It is we see that you are unmuted, but nevertheless, you are occasionally inaudible. I don't know what's going on.
Councilmember Dish?
No.
Councilmember Griswold?
No.
Councilmember Song?
No.
Councilmember Grand?
No.
Motion fails.
Further discussion of the main motion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Rodina.
Councilmember Radina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DC6, resolution to approve the City of Ann Arbor's operational adoption of Juneteenth as a recognized and commemorated annual holiday, moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DC6. I'd like to hop in and say that I'm just let me get that started. That I'm delighted that this is going to be moving forward here this evening. I'd like to thank Mr. Hampton and the NAACP for their decades-long care and support of the Juneteenth holiday here in Ann Arbor on an official basis, not to be official. I'd like to thank Ms. Duckworth and the Survivor Speak Group for their important and ongoing advocacy in connection with this holiday as well. With particularity on the resolution, I would like to thank Mr. Hampton, Ms. Duckworth, Pastor Daniels, Pastor Powell, Pastor Whiten, and especially Dr. Woods and former Councilmember Woods for their edits and recommendations on this particular resolution, which is now far better for the benefit of their contributions. In the end, there's simply not enough days in the year to do this subject justice. The harm of slavery and white supremacy persists. It wears and it stresses and it harms our African-American community members, every single one of them, every single day. And their hurt in America, Michigan, and in Ann Arbor is wrenching and profound, as to is their strength and their dignity in the presence of that struggle. The city's formal observance of Juneteenth is going to provide a city-sponsored, structured opportunity for Ann Arbor to join together to acknowledge the central and profoundly shameful role that slavery and government-structured racism has played in our history and our present. It will also provide an opportunity for us to come together and recognize and act on the moral imperative that we do all we can to counter slavery's enduring legacy of race-based discrimination and of institutional and frankly individual racism that continues to persist at every level of our community. It's going to be a day for us to come together, a day for us to recognize where we've been and how we got here, and to strive to do better. And I think it's a good and great thing, and I'm delighted that it's going to be moving forward. Thank you. Councilmember Dish.
I wanted to thank everyone, and especially the leadership of Mayor Taylor on this. But I also wanted to say what makes me excited about this day being a holiday. So I think most of us on the screen probably know this, but on June 19th, 1865, U.S. Army Major General Gordon Granger landed at the port city of Galveston and announced to the people of Texas that all enslaved persons were free. But the thing is, they were already free. And so that announcement occurred more than 2 months after the surrender of Robert E. Lee and 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. So this holiday is really important because it commemorates a day that's rightfully celebrated as a day of liberation, but that also is a reminder of that equality before the law doesn't guarantee equality in fact. And so I hope that this holiday, which has been celebrated by the Ann Arbor NAACP annually since 1994, will inspire us to gather together and do further work and action towards the goal of equality in fact.
Councilmember Dish reminds me that I was shamefully negligent in my thank you of not recognizing her work here. Councilmember Griswold, Councilmember Udina's and Fong's work, as well as the work of staff on this, getting this up off the ground. My thanks and apologies to each and every one. Councilmember Romali.
Thank you. I won't be long. There's a lot that can be said. I think by passing this is a step, but in no way mission accomplished. There's so much work that needs to be done. There's so many people in our community who don't feel like an equal. And, but this is a step in the right direction. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to work on this and be a part of it. And I could not be added as a co-sponsor until this time. I would like to be able to be added as a co-sponsor of this. And I'll have a lot more to say in the next 18 months.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I was also, thrilled to see this come forward and would like to be added as a co-sponsor as well. Thank you to everyone for all the work that was done.
Councilmember Udina.
Thanks, and I can keep this brief because you said most of what I wanted to say already, Mayor Taylor. I also just wanted to echo thanks for the community members, Survivor Speak and the NAACP for their ongoing advocacy over the years and their work around this and this holiday in general. I was really excited and enthusiastic to support this in my previous work for State Representative Siegel, who represented Battle Creek. Juneteenth was always celebrated pretty widely in Battle Creek. And so I was excited that this is something we could finally do here in Ann Arbor as an official holiday to hopefully build upon the celebrations that the NAACP has been hosting for decades now. But I also am just particularly grateful that this is coming at a time when we also chose to invest in equity tonight by actually unanimously supporting the hiring of an equity officer to continue moving this forward, because while Juneteenth, I think, serves as a really important day for us as a community to reflect on our nation's history and how that history continues to shape and influence our society and culture today. It is just that, a day of education, a day of celebrating the Black community and the contributions that have been made to our community. But it is really, as Councilmember Romali alluded to, there's so much more work that still needs to be done. And I think, truthfully acknowledging our city and our nation's history of racism and inequality is really critical to us overcoming it. And so I think, things like this are important, but we have a lot more work to do. And I'm just grateful that we continue to make these steps in the right direction. And so thanks to everybody who has worked on this, and thanks to the community members who brought it forward.
Councilmember Greenwald.
I hope we can be sensitive in the way that we actually implement this plan, because some of our departments within the city, if the workers have a day off during the week, then they have to work on Saturday. And so I would hate to have some of our employees have to choose between not working on Friday or not working, or having to work on the actual Juneteenth celebration when other people are going to be out celebrating. So that's my request. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
Just wanted to echo thanks to community members and the sponsors for bringing this forward. Love to be added as a co-sponsor, and I think this serves as a really important tool for educating folks in our community. I know I was far into my adult life before I recognized the importance of this holiday, and I'm glad that my sons will be much younger than I. So there's that, and I think it's in close proximity to another day of celebration with July 4th, and I think that this is it's a day to reflect really on real independence and what we should be celebrating together as a nation and as a community.
Councilmember Iyer.
I'm thrilled to support this as well, and I just wanted to be added as a co-sponsor.
Councilmember Song.
I'm so glad Councilmember Regina said that we have a lot of work to do, because we can already sign up for ourselves with the United Way's Equity Challenge, which starts on Juneteenth. And that's to explore our own self-awareness around prejudice, privilege, and biases in our daily lives. So I hope we can all accept that challenge and participate. And we can do that. That runs Juneteenth through July 9th. So it also covers Independence Day. All conveniently packaged and ready for you to participate in.
Further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Approved. Do we have a closed session today, Mr. Postma?
Mayor,
Did I skip
we
something?
have a
Oh, I did. My
DC7.
apologies. My
You
apologies.
have one more.
DC7 resolution.
Mayor, just a note that the last one was unanimous.
It was. Thank you. DC7 resolution establishing a council subcommittee for the purpose of studying and setting parameters for a payment in lieu of taxes program for the city of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Hayner, seconded by Councilmember Romali. Discussion, please. DC7. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. Hopefully everybody can hear me. I brought this tonight on a budget night because I'm trying to find ways to raise revenue in our city. And a pilot program, which happens in dozens and dozens of other communities around the country and has for many years now, is one way to potentially raise revenue. But perhaps more importantly, it's a way for the city to illustrate the goods that the good services and good deeds and value that nonprofits bring to the community. And I don't know if everybody had a chance to read some of the information that's with it, but it's pretty straightforward. It's just we're just gonna ask him to form a casual subcommittee under the auspices of our city administrator. That the assumption would be that it would be the city administrator, our assessor, some GIS folks, to do exactly what it says, to educate the council about the success of structure, methods, of pilots in other communities, identify land value maps in all parcels in the cities, and take a look at non-taxable entities in the city. And one of the things that's unusual about the city of Ann Arbor, this is modeled on Boston's successful program, which has been working since 2010, I believe. And kind of been looking at this for a while. And the nonprofits in the state of Michigan get their tax exempt status from Act 206 of 1893 of 128-year-old state law. And so I think it's appropriate that we revisit the effects that law has on our community. When you look at 38% of the land area of the city of Ann Arbor is owned by tax exempt or non-taxable entities rather. And so, just to use the Boston model as one example of many, you take a look at what the value of that land is. And in Boston's case, they reduced it immediately by half. And then they created a list of community benefits that directly benefit the residents of Boston. And they ask all the non-taxable entities to participate and list their goods and their goods to the community, which further reduced the voluntary pilot ask. And long story short, in Boston ended up the 47 major cultural institutions, Massport and some others are in on the program, and it raises a decent amount of money for them. It varies from year to year, but they have about 79% compliance with this voluntary ask, and I think it's worth looking into. I think it's just another way to explore our relationship and our partnership with our community partners. So I would appreciate your support on this.
Councilmember Iyer.
Given the late hour and the fact that this was a late add to the agenda, I move to postpone this to our next meeting.
Seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion of postponement. Councilmember Lally.
Well, Councilmember Hayner did get the three, council members to co-sponsor this to allow it to be included on the agenda. I don't see anything that's controversial here. I would just ask as to why my colleague believes that this should be postponed. It's only 12:15 and we're almost done. So I'm pretty sure most of us didn't expect to get this meeting done before 1 o'clock tonight. So I know it's late, but this is not a big heavy lift here.
Councilmember Keener on the postponement.
No, that's it. I guess I hope to have maybe my colleague explain to me why, besides the hour, why this would need to be postponed.
If she wishes to, she can get a view on that. I mean, there was a reason offered at the upset, for the postponement.
I want to thank Mr. Crawford and the folks in the legal department for helping me put this together. And I'm not sure how it ended up being on the agenda as today. For some reason, I thought I was slipping it in last week under the wire, but I see that it's dated on the agenda as today. So I wasn't even aware of that until I saw it on there today. Yeah, that's a late ad, but I did follow the council rules by having 3 council members sponsor it. So, I mean, it's not, nothing's happening. There's no cost associated with this. There's no budget costs associated with this. In fact, over, a year or so, it may actually generate some revenue. At the very least, it'll finally put into perspective our relationship. So I don't think it's worth postponing. I would just like to move forward with it.
Councilmember Griswold.
I have a question for the city administrator. Is he ready to comment on this? And does he need more information to prepare for a comment? say, the next council meeting, or is it something relatively short and we can just move on?
I mean, whether it's short is really not in my court. Depends how many questions you have. I mean, I can answer questions that I'm aware of on this. Councilmember Hayner and I had spoken about this after he first joined council. So this has been something he and I've talked about off and on over the years.
Oh, okay. I just remember it coming up many times, so I didn't know if there was more research to do or if it was just a matter of providing direction.
There's no work been done recently on this. This requires your approval for staff to spend time in this effort.
Okay, so you're not going to do anything until we pass a motion, pass a resolution.
Correct. This is a fairly, to do this right, it's a fairly significant effort, and Councilmember Hayner brought it forward and said, "Hey, let me bring a resolution so I can get this rolling." So that's what this is.
Okay. I guess I would defer to Councilmember Hayner then if he would recommend postponing it or moving forward tonight.
I'm sorry, I should have turned in some questions on this as well. I'm just wondering, you used the word significant, Mr. Crawford, and so I'm just wondering which departments would be involved and which priorities would need to be reshuffled by those departments in order to accommodate this, either by the date that's in it or possibly by a date later in this calendar year. And is that something you could answer now, or would you need to consult?
Honestly, I'd probably have to think about that some more, because if understanding the breadth of it, as far as the education, the background work, and then the sharing that with council, and what that means and where that stops versus actually implementing. I guess I'd have to look at that resolution a little bit closer to understand what that means and the time commitment for that.
Thanks. I think that thinking about staff time as being no cost is a really important thing to unpack. I get nervous when I hear Mr. Crawford say significant as well, and especially considering the likelihood of this actually coming to fruition. To compare it to Boston is like just not an apples to apples. Those are private educational institutions largely. That have, we think Michigan has a big endowment. Harvard has a bigger one. So it's just, to me, not really analogous. And I don't think the direction that we should be asking staff to go forward. So I'm okay to postpone to get some further information, but I'm also okay to vote this down, because I do think we need to be making choices about how staff is spending their time, and this is certainly not a priority for me.
Yeah, we spent almost 4 hours talking about our budget tonight. This is something that is germane to our discussions tonight. The passage of our over $450 million budget. This could actually help offset the structural deficits that we're facing. And Councilmember Hayner is trying to find creative ways to offset the cuts that we are going to have to make if we don't turn over every stone and look for creative solutions. It's just frustrating that the conversation is just, oh, this is going to take, we don't even know what that staff time is. And I think hopefully Mr. Crawford can better explain what significant means, because that has obviously a chilling effect on council support. But this is a very, time sensitive in what we're doing here tonight. This directly relates to our whole meeting tonight. And and I know Councilmember Hayner's been talking about it for over 2 years. And it's disappointing that there's not enough give and take. There just doesn't seem to be very much room in compromise. There's postpone for what? What are we postponing for? There hasn't been a good reason stated for a postponement, other than just not willing to work with each other. I mean, that's how I feel. I mean, I know I'm not supposed to be
Point of order, Mayor.
motives, but it just seems
Point of order is
frustrating for someone in the council minority, just trying to score some wins somewhere.
we should be talking about the postponement.
Nowhere to score any kind of policy wins currently.
We're supposed to, our discussion right now, Mayor, is supposed to be limited to whether to postpone. Not
Maybe not winning or losing.
certainly not each other's motives.
Marcel.
Mayor, I'm asking for a ruling on the point of order. We've got discussion that's going on that's not related to postponement, and we've got council members impugning each other's motives. So can we just?
I didn't get a lot of motive aggression on that. The substance of the resolution, the wisdom of the resolution is tangentially germane to whether or not someone is interested in postponing or interested in moving forward. If I heard Councilmember O'Malley, he was talking about he was referring to the urgency of the resolution, the urgency of the effort to obtain additional revenue by means described. It is relevant that we keep the observation that we should be keeping our discussions fairly tight on whether or not to postpone is, however, useful for everyone to keep in mind. Councilmember Song.
So can I ask questions about the actual resolution? Or are we just taking time on the postponement?
If you think the questions are relevant to your questions are relevant to whether or not to postpone to another day, then
okay. So I understand U of M, MSU, Wayne State had a press conference today in light of their 12% projected cuts. So I'm trying to imagine what this conversation of us asking for funding from higher institutions who are already facing cuts and then also going through their own recovery is going to look like. Not that I don't want money from the university or have them donate land or build more housing, but I'm just trying to understand the planning around the task force in light of these conditions where everyone's trying to recover from the pandemic. Does that make sense? All right. I don't know if the sponsors would like to speak to that.
I would if I could, but I don't know if I have time to speak yet. If I have an opportunity, is it okay if I answer that?
Let me suggest this. It seems like we're getting hooked up on the postponement, not postponement. People seem to be interested in actually talking about the thing.
I agree.
And yet we are here on the postponement. And so if people have anything direct to say about the postponement, let's say it. Otherwise, let's vote on the postponement. And if it's postponed, we talk about it the next time. If not, we talk about it today. Anyone have anything direct to say on the postponement? Councilmember, I've got Bish and Briggs.
Yeah, I would like to clarify my reasoning for asking for a postponement, and it is this. The allocation of staff time and priorities is like a big jigsaw puzzle. And it's a budget. It's a time budget. We've spent the last 4 hours dealing with the money budget. To throw a large and extensive project into the mix means that other priorities have to yield. I would like to have more information on what would need to yield in order to accommodate this. I would like to have more information on how big a project people think this would be. Mr. Crawford said that he doesn't have that information, nor would I expect him to have that at his fingertips. Not asking for a postponement because I don't think this is a good idea or because it came from someone whose ideas I disrespect. That is definitely not what is motivating me. I do not think it is unreasonable to ask for the consequences of asking for time to be shifted to this project. And I think that it is reasonable to ask for a postponement for that. This is undoubtedly germane to the discussions we've had this evening, but I don't think it is time sensitive.
Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, and I would suggest that I would support a postponement because this is one of our most hefty agendas that we have in a year. There was a lot on it. This was a late ad, and it's a substantial program there are 7 links on here, I think, that none of which I've clicked on and read in advance of this meeting. I simply didn't have time to do that. I'd like to be able to be informed so I can ask informed questions of staff and council members when we discuss this. It's 12:30 at night, and this is a substantial program that we're discussing now. Councilmember Hayner may have been thinking about this for a couple of years, but this is the first time it's been introduced to this council. And the first, I'd like to be able to talk about it thoughtfully with my colleagues and ask good questions.
Councilmember Nelson.
I participated in conversations with Councilmember Hayner about this a couple of years ago, and I at the risk of extending this conversation even further, I just want to point out that this is literally a resolution about starting a conversation. So anyone who's suggesting that they feel uninformed about the conversation, this is literally about a conversation. Anyway, I'm not going to support a postponement only because this is I'm not going to support a postponement. This is so easy. This is not going to be a significant amount of staff time. This is going to be an amount of time for council members to explore this and possibly come to the conclusion that it's not going to work. This is an easy ask. This is such a. I'm ready to end this meeting, but I'm not going to support a postponement. This feels silly.
Mr. Prosser, did we mishear you when you said that it was going to be a significant amount of staff time to undertake this?
I didn't hear your question, sir.
You said, did we mishear? I don't say we did. I heard you to say that complying with the resolved clauses of this resolution constitute a significant amount of staff time. Did I mishear you?
Well, I pulled up the resolution to remind myself. I pulled up the resolution to remind myself of the requirements that we have here, and I was asked kind of at the beginning, am I prepared to comment on that? I don't actually know. I have not talked to staff about what it would take to educate council on the different programs that are out there. The land value estimates, I would need to talk to the assessing. I'm just not prepared to answer some questions you have. When I said significant, what I meant was, we get a lot of questions from council members. There are things that we can dispose of with relative efficiency, an hour or two or less, or maybe even 15 minutes or less. This one is more than a couple hours, right? So that's Councilmember Hayner approaching me and saying, "Hey, I'd like to do something here." I appreciated that because I think it's more than a couple hours worth of work.
Councilmember Grant.
When I look at this, I don't read a conversation. And so I'm actually fine to vote no on the postponement because this isn't about wins or losses. It's about, is it ready or is it not ready? And this is a really troubling pattern that we continue to see of resolutions being brought forward that are not ready. And so I'm happy to vote no on a postponement so we can, just because it's been rolling around your head or you use a different cadence when you explain to me that I'm not understanding it. No, I'm understanding this just fine. And I don't think this is ready. I also think this is highly unrealistic, and I don't go chasing after, I'm a fairly pragmatic person, but let's vote.
Discussion of the postponement. Roll call vote, please, on the postponement, starting with Councilmember Redina.
Councilmember Redina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
No.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Romlawi,
No.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
No.
Councilmember Grand, Councilmember Grand,
I'm so sorry, no.
motion carries.
Postma, do we have any closed sessions for today?
No, I don't think it would be wise to have a closed session. It's very late, and you've had a lot of work to get the budget done. So the answer is no.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Romlawi. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor? Opposed? Clerk's report approved. Do we have communications today from our city attorney?
No, I just gave you my communications. So thank you, and I appreciate my 19th budget tonight. So
Duty bound to ask. We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, please enter the number on your screen, 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Having been connected, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
Caller with the phone number ending in 556. Caller with the phone number ending in 556.
Hello, Ralph McKee. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I sent an email today in an effort to provide an objective and more detailed analysis of the Healthy Street Survey data. Having heard Mr. Hess's comments tonight, I think I understand his numbers. There are 3 categories of comments: 1 for the program, 2 against, and 3 other. His numbers for the program are pretty close to mine. His numbers for the against are way less. Apparently, he didn't count the others. An overwhelming majority of those were negative. So those commenters were effectively disenfranchised. So whether this was done inadvertently or intentionally, the result was to mischaracterize in a pretty major way the survey results. So going forward, I don't have a whole lot of trust in summaries from the Transportation Department of survey data. The next data issue. Council members said that the residents on the closed street support those closures. The survey doesn't show addresses, so you have no way of checking that. And as I said, I don't really trust the staff data anymore. Next, the neighborhood-friendly claim is misleading. How do you know, for example, whether the Water Hill neighborhood supports closing Summit, where there was only 2 survey responses that said that? What about the other hundreds of people who live in that neighborhood? Further, that claim completely ignores data like the 22-4 against the Jewett closure. There's no evidence I'm aware of that breaks down where those 22 opponents live. Certainly possible that some of them or many of them live nearby. So that your statement about neighborhood friendly has no factual support. That leads to the next point. Councilmember Ayer's statements that the streets are for all of us, well, not exactly. City residents that want to drive from Oz's Music to Roo's Roast can't use any nearby streets to do that. If that's your definition of progressive, I'm glad you're being honest about it. I wouldn't call it that. If you have we now have a policy where a couple of residents on a street can prevent their neighbors from one street over, or other city residents or people from out of town from using that street.
30 seconds.
I would call that elitist, not orthogressive. If people want to drive that street, what if there's a bunch of rich residents on Sunset that don't want the nurses to drive by to get to work? That's elitist. Finally, Councilmember Briggs, how do you square your statement tonight with your statement on the Burton Road project about you need auto connectivity between neighborhoods to promote equity? This is the exact opposite of that. Good night.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 340, do you have a comment? You can press *6 to unmute your phone.
Yes, greetings, Ann Arbor. This is Luis Vasquez from the First Ward. Thank you very much for your work tonight on the budget. Much appreciated for your votes positively for healthy streets and the transportation plan. You know, without belaboring things and really, you know, trying to extend your time here, but I want you to consider something. If I was to show up every other week and demand from Ann Arbor City Council that you enact a resolution to inform the Iranian government and any other state in the Middle East who supports Hamas and Hezbollah and gives them money and weaponry to shoot rockets into Israel. If I were to demand every other week that you come up with a resolution to disapprove of that, and then started showing up at, let's say, local mosques and demanded, you know, that they also sponsor this resolution. How do you think that would go? I think folks would get pretty tired of that if I showed up every other week demanding that. So, you know, I'd like to just say to people like Blaine Coleman and Musgan Saba Biaspani and Henry Herskovitz that, you know, come on, guys, give it a rest. Ann Arbor City Council cannot do anything to stop the bloodshed that is happening in the Middle East right now. Finally, I'd just like to say a little something once again to Mr. Hayner. Mr. Hayner, really,
30 seconds.
Just got to stop. You've just got to stop with, the kind of comments that you've been making. Really, the comments you've been making are a real embarrassment to Ann Arbor. And as an Ann Arborite and as a first warder, I just wish you would resign. Thank you, and good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534. Do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Good evening. This is Tom Stalwart calling from Lowertown. Mr. Crawford, thank you. Thank you very much. And please extend the thank you to the entire city staff. The budget is not an easy issue. And right now, with deficits and the curveball that COVID has thrown us, what we all watched tonight and listened to tonight is like the tiniest little bit of it. What staff has had to do to create a budget for the city, the 99.9% of the work that was done, we're not seeing here tonight. So everybody take a breath. We're seeing just the smallest, tiniest bit that we're bickering over. The most of the work is already done, and so we're in agreement over most of the work. COVID has hit us. COVID is this comet that we're all staring at. COVID has a long tail economically. There's going to be a lot of pain for a lot of people this year, next year, and the following years. I'd love to have discussions about that, when I have more than 3 minutes with any of you that want to have that discussion. But there's going to be a lot of pain, and there's going to be a lot of difficult budget decisions to make over the next coming years because of COVID, on top of any other issues that there are. So I really want to thank all the work that went into the bulk of the work of creating a budget. And I want to thank ahead of time staff for the hard work they're going to have to do next year and the year after and the year after that, because this isn't going to go away easy. And I want everybody on council, and I'm not picking sides, I'm going to look at all of you and say, please take a breath and realize what you bickered over tonight was the smallest, tiniest part of a very big picture. And is this really the face that you want to present to the citizens of Ann Arbor? Come together, please.
30 seconds.
Right now, people on the other side of the planet, people in the Middle East are dying right now. We have a serious conflict. That's the real serious stuff. What you've dealt with tonight is nothing compared to what they are dealing with right now at this moment. Please look at yourselves. Become a more functioning body, a more functional body, and take the lead from your wonderful staff who's doing all this hard work.
Time.
And come together, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there communications today from council? Councilor Gridwald.
I'd like to repeat 2 requests that I've made of staff. One is I would like to know the number of street crosswalks without any illumination within 50 feet. And I'm sure you're all familiar with this book, Right of Way. If you're not, please read it. I just want to read one sentence. Following the replacement of the non-functioning streetlights, Detroit's pedestrian death rate fell 40% in just 2 years. So I could read more about equity, about racial issues. Streetlights are very important. But I also made a request of Mr. Postma that was referred to a staff lawyer, and I have not yet received the email unless it's missing somewhere, and that is a legal opinion about healthy streets, where we had a millage to fill sidewalk gaps, and at the same time we have a program that basically is saying let's share the streets. And I believe that that would increase our liability because we've clearly identified that streets are dangerous. I have a Michigan MBA. I do not have a PhD, but that means that I need to be very objective with my analysis of data. And that is what I strive for, and that is what I did tonight. I'm not progressive. That's not what data is about. Ideology, that's not what data is about. You look at the data and you draw some conclusions, as Ralph McKee did tonight. And I hope that we can move in that direction in the future. And I also hope that we can work together, because it's getting really old, really, really old, when we continue to attack each other, especially one council member, when none of us is without guilt. Thank you.
Councilmember O'Malley.
Thank you. And again, like our commenters who called in suggested, that a lot of this work is done by staff. And, you know, I apologize if anything I do or say is seen as an embarrassment. We are squibbling and squabbling over a fraction of our overall budget, but I do think there are significant policy differences in those, in that 0.5% of 0.5%. I'm not totally sure what that is, but there are significant differences lying in between that $1 million or less. And I agree with Ralph McKee. I think we're becoming more like a gated community than an inclusive one. I think the folks who bear the brunt of a lot of these road diets and street closures and healthy streets are the working class.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones who are stuck in traffic, frustrated, losing valuable time from their family, late to work, etc. We are becoming more exclusive, not inclusive. But that's just one council member's take. Thank you and have a good night, everyone.
Councilmember Kainer.
Thanks. I just want to tell my colleagues, or ask my colleagues, if they have questions about the resolution, my resolution that I brought, that they voted to postpone until next week, to please send them to me. I'm happy to take anybody through it. Boston is one of dozens and dozens of cities. I just pulled it out because, a couple of years back, we had about a year ago, I had a conversation with the assessor of the city of Boston in great detail about their program and the success of their program and the methods they used to determine if a program was even necessary. And so I'm kind of well versed on how they did it and how other communities did it. And so I'm putting it out there that if somebody wants to work with me on this, they are certainly welcome to. But prior to the June 7th meeting, please feel free to send any questions my way or call me or whatever. And I will do what I can to bring you up to speed on what this ask was, which was to get into a room and just kind of put our heads together and say, hey, here's what some other communities do. Here's what we might considering doing. Is it appropriate? Is it not appropriate? Just kind of finally hash it out. So let's see if we can let's see if we can work together on something for once. Thank you.
Councilmember Briggs.
I generally like to end these meetings on a positive note, and I certainly, once again, would like to thank staff for all their work, and also colleagues around the table. I think we discussed a number of important, debated a number of important policy issues tonight, and we did so productively. But I would like to speak a little bit, perhaps on a less positive note, to the concept of what it takes to be a functional body. And that's not to suggest we're not going to have policy debates around the table. I hope that we do. I hope we continue to do that. But I know that I ran and many folks ran on notions of building trust in local government and enhancing professionalism and showing leadership. And it is impossible to stay silent when we see a colleague making, defending use of homophobic slurs and racial, racially abusive language in our newspaper, and suggesting certainly we all have freedom of speech. That's not up for a point for debate, but it reflects upon this body. It reflects upon trust in government, and it certainly reflects when you're speaking to an African-American reporter, when you use language like that, what it means to members of our community. I think it's important that our admin committee works through this, but I think it's important for me to publicly state that I thought it was embarrassing, and it did not reflect well on our body.
Councilor Brandt.
Thank you. As a member of the admin committee, I'll likely be calling a special meeting this week to discuss what Councilmember Briggs was speaking to. The hurt has got to stop. It's, this is harmful behavior, and I don't want to spend my time. I want to spend my time talking about policy. I really do. And I wish that everyone could make decisions so that we could do that. Because that's really how I want to spend my time. And I wish that I could believe that all of these calls for everyone getting along were sincere, but many of the people who do it are those that light a lot of fires, including this evening. I don't want to be getting in the back and forth, but Councilmember Griswold, you in the discussion about healthy streets, you accused many of us of conduct unbecoming a council member if we disagreed with your position. That's not a way that we get along by doing that. So if that's the goal, just try to back it up, and stop doing things like that, please. I understand data. I do. So it's, I want to do, but I want to do better. I want to try to stick to these rules that we have. I really don't want to talk about intent, and really would like to talk about issues. And I hope that we can do that. But first, we're going to unfortunately have to deal with this thing because there was real harm to the community again.
Further communication from council. And a motion to adjourn, please. Moved by Councilor Ritter, seconded by Councilor Berdino. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned.
Hey, folks.
Thank you all.